Tonight, the path begins in the unstable instant between dreaming and waking, where people across cultures report the same faceless silhouette in a wide-brimmed hat, and ends in a bedroom in Bavaria, where a dying woman's symptoms were interpreted as proof that an exorcism had to continue. Along the way are living warnings and distorted legends. The deer woman, djinn reduced to evil genies, children transformed into the Melonheads, and the dead who seem to speak through the Fox sisters. Then the story crosses into The Record, a West Virginia murder reopened by a mother's claim of ghostly visitation, a California household consumed by extremist ideology, and the death of Anneliese Michel after months of ritual and declining medical care. Some of these accounts are folklore, others are documented crimes, and yet still some survive in the uneasy territory between testimony, memory, and belief. Tonight, on this true crime and folklore compilation, 8 stories from nightmare to consequence, asking what can be verified, what must remain uncertain, and what happens when a story becomes powerful enough to change even human behavior. Now let's begin with the Hat Man. Sleep paralysis can be a truly harrowing experience, and I know that personally. Leaving you awake but utterly unable to move. As if that isn't horrifying enough, many sufferers report a terrifying addition to this sleep paralysis horror phenomenon. A shadowy figure looming in the darkness, watching. This phantom is known as the Hat Man, an ominous presence often described as a tall figure in a long coat with a wide-brimmed hat, obscuring his face. He lurks at the edges of your vision, an embodiment of our most terrifying nightmares that haunts dreams and feeds on fear. Imagine lying in bed, eyes darting around the dark room, your body frozen in mute panic. In a corner, the silhouette of a man slowly takes shape. You can't see his eyes, but you feel his gaze burning into you. Some witnesses swear his eyes glow red like burning coals. Others feel a terrifying weight on their chest as if the very air is being crushed from their lungs. He doesn't speak or lunge at you. He simply stands there, an uninvited guest, feeding off your dread. There's a palpable sense of impending doom in the air, as if this Hat Man is a harbinger of unspeakable evil. His mere presence blurs the line between reality and nightmare, making you question if you're truly awake or still locked in a dreadful dream. Who or what is the Hat Man? This question has fueled a modern ghost story that spans continents and cultures. Unlike the monsters of classical folklore, the Hat Man is a relatively modern, urban legend, one born in the age of the internet, yet eerily consistent across thousands of unexplained encounters. Is the Hat Man just a shared hallucination, a product of our collective fear? Or could a paranormal force truly be stalking people in the dead of night? To unravel this folklore mystery, we must take a look at the Hat Man from every angle. We'll delve into shadowy legends from global folklore, examine the psychological science behind sleep paralysis visions, and explore paranormal theories that seek to explain this unexplained encounter. Brace yourself for a journey that blurs the line between urban legend and reality. The answers may be more unsettling than the nightmare. The exact origin of the Hat Man is shrouded in mystery. Unlike the vampires and witches of old lore, this specter is a creature of contemporary legend. Reports of a hat-wearing shadow man only began to surface in the late 20th or early 21st century, making the Hat Man a relatively new arrival on the paranormal scene. Yet in just a few decades, his notoriety has exploded, turning him into one of the internet era's most chilling paranormal urban legends. Some believe the first whispers of the Hat Man began on early internet forums and message boards dedicated to ghosts and the supernatural. In those shadowy corners of the web, individuals compared notes about a dark figure haunting their dreams. As more people shared their experiences, others realized they weren't alone. They had seen him too. By the time social media emerged, the legend spread like wildfire. Reddit threads overflowed with eerie Hat Man stories. Meanwhile, on YouTube and TikTok, people posted videos recounting their own late-night sightings. Even online horror writers wove these accounts into creepypasta tales. The Hat Man went from an obscure fright to a viral phenomenon, proving that a truly scary story can captivate the masses in our digital age. Eerily enough, most reports sound strikingly similar, no matter who is telling the tale. Whether it's a sleep-deprived college student in Ohio or a grandmother in South Africa, witnesses describe an almost identical apparition. A towering, faceless silhouette in a cloak or trench coat, always topped with that unmistakable wide-brimmed hat. He tends to lurk just at the edge of vision, hovering in a doorway, standing at the foot of the bed, or peering out from a dark corner. This consistency across so many accounts is part of what makes the Hat Man so unnerving. How can people who have never met each other all have the same nightmare of a hat-wearing man haunting their sleep? As the Hat Man's infamy grew, the number of alleged encounters kept rising. It wasn't just an internet meme or a one-off ghost story. People truly believed they had come face to face with this dark presence. Children woke up screaming about a man watching them from the corner of their room, and adults were left afraid to sleep after having their own terrifying visits. The Hat Man was beginning to leave a very real mark on those who saw him. These first-hand stories soon fueled a desire to investigate what this entity might be. Before we dive into the theories, let's take a look at a few of those haunting encounters, each one more disturbing than the last. One of the most unsettling aspects of the Hat Man phenomenon is just how many people have seen him. This entity doesn't seem to discriminate. He's been reported by individuals of all ages, from different cultures and on every continent. Most often, these unexplained encounters happen during bouts of sleep paralysis, that eerie state where your mind wakes up, but your body can't move. Victims describe waking in the dead of night, completely paralyzed, only to spot a shadowy male figure at the foot of the bed or lurking in a corner. Imagine the terror of being unable to scream or even twitch a finger as a faceless man in a hat watches you with silent, malevolent intent. In some cases, people have even claimed to see the Hat Man after taking certain substances. For example, dangerously high doses of the allergy medication Benadryl are known to cause hallucinations, and a few sufferers insist that the drug opened a door for the Hat Man to enter their reality. It raises a strange question. Is this dark figure merely a hallucination triggered by some kind of chemical glitch, or could it be that the drugs allowed them to perceive a lurking presence that's always been there? An online hub called the Hat Man Project, started by a researcher named Timothy M. Brown, Jr., has collected hundreds of first-hand stories from around the world. Here are just a few of the chilling encounters reported by those who claim to have met the Hat Man face to face. One contributor, John S., shared a harrowing experience that occurred after a particularly stressful day. Struggling to sleep, he admitted to taking a higher than recommended dose of Benadryl one night. Instead of a peaceful slumber, John awoke in a state of sleep paralysis. He recalls seeing a tall, dark figure emerge from the corner of his bedroom. The silhouette of its broad hat, unmistakable in the dim light. Quote, "I tried to scream, but no sound would come out," John remembers. "He just stood there at the foot of my bed, watching me." The silent intruder stayed for what felt like an eternity before fading back into the darkness. John was left drenched in sweat, his heart pounding, and his mind racing to understand whether it was just a hallucination or if he had truly encountered something supernatural. Another witness, Sarah T., encountered the Hat Man under very different circumstances. She wasn't asleep at all. She was lying in bed late one night, calmly reading a novel, when she noticed a dark shape creeping in the corner of her vision. Quote, "At first, I thought it was a trick of the light," she later explained. But as the figure approached the foot of her bed, the outline of a wide-brimmed hat became clear. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of dread, Sarah found herself paralyzed, frozen in fear rather than by sleep. Quote, "He moved so slowly, like he had all the time in the world," she recounted. The Hat Man loomed over her for a moment. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, he was gone. Sarah was left trembling and feeling violated, as if some intruder had invaded the sanctity of her bedroom, and then slipped away without a trace. Perhaps one of the most disturbing accounts comes from a man who vividly remembers a recurring nightmare from his childhood. Night after night, he would have the same terrifying dream. Upon entering his darkened house, he'd spot a shadowy figure sitting in his father's office chair. A man outlined in darkness, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. The moment the boy laid eyes on this figure, terror would wash over him. In the dream, he would try to run, but his legs felt like lead, causing him to collapse to the floor. He'd attempt to scream for his parents, but no sound ever came out. The Hat Man, silent and still, simply watched as the child was engulfed by fear. This nightmare repeated so often that the boy began to dread going to sleep at all. Even years later, the now grown man shudders, recalling how real that hat-wearing shadow felt in the moment. These stories are just a few among countless reports, yet they all weave together a disturbingly similar pattern. Independent people, strangers separated by miles, cultures, and years, consistently describe the same dark figure. Such consistency forces us to ask, why? Why are people across the world seeing this Hat Man in their bedrooms and in their dreams? To find clues, we need to go beyond the stories and examine both our cultural history and our science. The Hat Man may be a relatively new name, but the fear of shadowy nighttime visitors is ancient. All around the world, folklore is filled with tales of dark figures that prey on people in the liminal space between sleep and wakefulness. In fact, many of the symptoms attributed to the Hat Man, being paralyzed in bed, feeling a weight on your chest, sensing a malevolent presence, match stories and superstitions that have been passed down for generations. Here are just a few examples of folklore that echo the Hat Man's terrifying modus operandi. The Night Hag. In European and North American folklore, people have long spoken of an old hag or witch who sits on a sleeper's chest, rendering them immobile and filling them with dread. This old hag legend was an early explanation for what we now recognize as sleep paralysis. Even today, some people in Newfoundland still refer to waking up unable to move as being hag-ridden, as if a witch is perched upon them. Djinn. In Arabic and Islamic traditions, djinn are supernatural beings that can be either good or evil. One infamous type of djinn, sometimes blamed for sleep paralysis, is said to lurk in bedrooms at night. For centuries, people claimed a djinn or genie might hold them down in their sleep or whisper nightmares into their ears. A striking parallel to modern Hat Man encounters. Tokoloshi. In Zulu and Xhosa myth, the Tokoloshi is a small, malevolent creature that can turn invisible and cause harm. Many South African families traditionally raise their beds on bricks to keep the Tokoloshi at bay. Stories abound of this impish being climbing onto sleepers' chests in the night, choking or otherwise terrorizing them, an uncanny resemblance to accounts of a chest-crushing, shadowy figure. Karabazan. In Turkish folklore, a dreaded spirit called the Karabazan, literally the presser, comes at night to press down on sleeping victims, leaving them awake but paralyzed. It was believed that reciting prayers or verses from the Quran could chase the Karabazan away. This folk explanation for bad dreams and nighttime paralysis mirrors many elements of Hatman encounters. The Mara. The word nightmare itself comes from the Old Norse Mara, a malicious entity often described as a goblin or spirit that sits on sleepers and rides them through the night, bringing bad dreams. Traditions in Scandinavia and Germany described the Mara as a shadowy presence that could slip through keyholes and press upon a person's chest, much like the classic image of a heavy weight pinning someone down in bed. Across so many cultures and eras, the pattern is striking. People have always sensed that something malevolent might lurk in the darkness while they sleep. These historical legends suggest that the Hatman could be the modern embodiment of a fear as old as humanity itself. The primal fear of a shadowy predator we cannot quite see or fight off. His wide-brimmed hat and coat may be modern touches, but the role he plays is timeless. Just as our ancestors told stories of the night hag or the Mara, today we swap tales of the Hatman lurking in the corner. The names and details change, but the terrifying nightmare of a nocturnal attacker remains a constant in human lore. From a scientific perspective, the Hatman may not be a ghost at all, but rather a trick of the mind during a very specific sleep condition. Sleep paralysis, of course, goes hand in hand with the Hatman. It's a well-documented phenomenon where a person wakes up from sleep but their body is still paralyzed. In normal REM or rapid eye movement sleep, our muscles are frozen by the brain to prevent us from acting out our dreams. Usually, you finish dreaming before you wake or your body unfreezes on cue. But sometimes, the timing glitches. You awaken mentally, while your body remains locked in REM paralysis. When that happens, you find yourself conscious and aware of your surroundings, yet utterly unable to move a muscle. As if that weren't terrifying enough on its own, this state often comes with vivid hallucinations. Essentially, you are partly still in a dream. The brain, being caught between sleep and wakefulness, might project dream imagery onto your surroundings, such as your bedroom. Many people who experience sleep paralysis report sensing a evil presence in the room or seeing a shadowy figure lurking nearby. It's as if the brain, in its confused state, conjures up a predator to match the overwhelming fear your body is feeling. Evolutionary psychologists have theorized that our ancestors developed a hyper-vigilant reaction upon waking to potential danger, which in the case of sleep paralysis backfires spectacularly. instead of alerting you to a real threat, your brain creates one out of the darkness of your bedroom. This could explain why so many different people see eerily similar figures during sleep paralysis episodes. The ingredients are the same: a half-awake brain, drowning in fear, the shadows of a dark room, and a body that refuses to move. It's not a stretch for multiple minds to cook up the same sort of nightmare man under those conditions. Psychologists suggest that the Hat Man might be a kind of shared archetype, an image of pure fear that lies in our collective subconscious. Tall, dark silhouettes have always been scary. They are the lurking stranger, the primal predator we all learned to dread. The wide-brimmed hat could be a modern twist, possibly influenced by cultural imagery. Think of iconic horror movie villains or urban legend boogeymen. In other words, our minds might be pulling from the same pantry of spooky ingredients when they serve us a Hat Man hallucination. There's also the power of suggestion to consider. Now that the Hat Man legend has gone mainstream, it's possible that some new sightings are influenced by simply knowing about the story. A person who has heard of a creepy man in a hat might be more likely to see that image during a groggy, half-dream state. The phenomenon can become self-reinforcing. The more people talk about it, the more it shows up in others' nightmares. From the scientific perspective, the Hat Man is a fascinating example of how our brains can play terrifying tricks on us, making the unreal feel undeniable. For those who experience it, understanding the science can be a relief. It was all in your head, not a true demon in your room. But for many, especially those who had never heard of the Hat Man before they saw him, the question remains, is it only in their head? That lingering doubt is exactly why some turn to the paranormal for explanations of the Hat Man's presence. Despite scientific explanations, many people remain convinced that the Hat Man is not just a hallucination. Various paranormal theories try to make sense of what this figure could be if he's not simply a trick of the brain. These ideas range from spiritual to otherworldly. Here are some of the most talked about possibilities. Shadow person or interdimensional being. Some researchers classify the Hat Man as a type of shadow person, an entity made of darkness that appears in our world for mysterious purposes. One interpretation is that he's an interdimensional being who can slip between his reality and ours. If that's true, his intentions are unknown. He might not be deliberately evil, but simply curious, drawn to human energy during those vulnerable sleeping moments. Still, encountering a being from another dimension in the comfort of your own bedroom is horrifying, no matter its intent. Demonic entity or evil spirit. A common belief is that the Hat Man is demonic. His menacing aura and the terror he evokes lead some to conclude he's an evil spirit or demon, feeding on fear. People who hold this view often describe feeling a suffocating, malevolent presence during their encounter. They might turn to religious remedies, prayers, blessings, even exorcisms, to try to banish the Hat Man, treating him as they would a genuine, demonic haunting. Psychic vampire. In occult lore, a psychic vampire is a being that feeds not on blood, but on emotional energy. The Hat Man's behavior fits this mold for some theorists. By inducing dread and panic, he could be siphoning off the emotional energy, particularly fear, of his victims. This theory paints the Hat Man as a sort of nocturnal predator who literally thrives on terror, appearing to those whose fear is the most delicious and intense. Thought form or collective manifestation. An unconventional theory suggests the Hat Man might be a product of our collective consciousness, essentially a shared ghost born from many minds focusing on the same fear. The concept, sometimes called a tulpa in mysticism, posits that if enough people vividly imagine a being, that entity could take a form of reality. Given how the Hat Man's legend has spread so quickly, some wonder if our collective fears have inadvertently created something real. In essence, the more we believe in the Hat Man, the more tangibly he might manifest. Of course, none of these paranormal theories can be proven. And skeptics will remind us that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. But for those who have been frozen in bed, watching a Hat Man silhouette stare back at them, it's hard to accept that this was just in their head. The fact that no single explanation, scientific or supernatural, has put this mystery to rest is exactly why the legend continues to thrive. The Hat Man's legend hasn't stayed confined to whispered late-night tales. It's managed to seep into the fabric of modern media and pop culture. In an age of viral content and binge-worthy podcasts, this shadowy figure has found new life through screens and speakers, turning a private nightmare into a worldwide phenomenon. In horror films and television, the image of a tall, dark man in a hat has become a bone-chilling trope, whether directly inspired by the Hat Man or just coincidentally similar. Such figures have caused audiences to shudder. Filmmakers know that a simple glimpse of a figure in a doorway, hat brim low over where eyes should be, can be far more terrifying than any outright attack. Those brief, eerie cameos immortalize the Hat Man as a modern boogeyman. Even viewers who don't know the legend instinctively recognize that silhouette and the primal fear it incites. The digital world propelled the Hat Man to viral fame. On TikTok and YouTube, people share their encounters in creepy storytime videos, and the hashtag Hatman has racked up millions of views from curious and scared users alike. Reddit has entire communities where strangers realize their experiences are uncannily similar, each post reading like a chapter in a collective modern ghost story. With every new story shared, the Hat Man's lore deepens, making him one of the internet's most talked about paranormal urban legends, and cementing his place among the scariest modern ghost stories of our time. True crime and supernatural podcasts have taken on the Hatman story, dedicating episodes like this one to this eerie mystery as if conducting a supernatural investigation. Hosts recount witness testimonies, compare notes with folklore experts, and debate the skeptics versus the believers. The Hatman is now discussed alongside infamous hauntings and unsolved mysteries, solidifying his status as a cultural phenomenon. It's not uncommon to find a late-night radio show or a streaming documentary pondering the question, who or what is the Hatman? In typical internet fashion, people have also tried to defang this nightmare with humor. Memes place the Hatman in absurd or mundane situations, perhaps showing him waiting in line for coffee or photobombing a family picture. This dark humor is a coping mechanism, a way to laugh off the fear. The very existence of Hatman memes shows how far his legend has spread. Even those who haven't experienced him may recognize the joke. It's evidence that the Hatman has transformed from an obscure fright into a pop culture icon, albeit a terrifying one. Through movies, social media, podcasts, and even jokes, the Hatman has cemented himself as a cult legend of the digital age. He stands alongside internet-born horror icons like Slender Man and channels the same fear as old classics like Bloody Mary. Yet, the Hatman remains unique in how personal and immediate his terror feels. Not a ghost in a distant haunted house, but something that could appear in your own bedroom. Tonight, he's a horror story that travels with us on our phones and in our minds, a boogeyman for the 21st century who lurks both in the shadows of our homes and the glow of our screens. Is the Hatman just a creepy illusion born of tired brains, or does he represent something supernatural stalking us in the night? After all the stories shared and theories debated, we still have no definitive answer. What we do know is that this enduring enigma continues to captivate and terrify. The Hatman's consistent description across countless encounters, tall, featureless, and ominously present with that brimmed hat, has elevated him from an internet meme to a bona fide figure of modern folklore. He occupies the same unsettling space between our understanding and our fears, refusing to be neatly categorized as mere fantasy or proven reality. Perhaps the most chilling thought is that anyone could be the next witness. The next time you wake in the middle of the night and see a vague shape in the corner of your room, you'll remember this story. You might wonder, is that just a coat hanging, or a man in a hat watching me? In that moment, the line between skepticism and belief blurs. That flicker of uncertainty and fear is why the Hatman legend endures. He personifies the ultimate unknown that even the bravest among us might fear when we find ourselves alone in the dark. The Deer Woman. You're in a quiet forest at dusk. The air is thick with pine and damp earth, and somewhere behind you, there's a pulse of Drums. Distant, steady, like a heartbeat under the ground. A young man slips away from the firelight after catching movement between the trees. He tells himself, it's nothing. Just a deer. Just wind. Just the woods making shapes out of the dark. Then he sees her. A woman stands where the tree line goes black, still enough to seem planted there, waiting. Her hair catches the last strip of sunset like copper wire. When she speaks, her voice is soft enough to make him lean in. He steps closer. She smiles, and for one terrible second, he thinks something looks wrong below the hem of her dress. He blinks, looks again, and the night begins to tilt, because where he expected shoes or bare feet or anything human, there are hooves, split, dark, clean-edged, pressed into the soil like a signature. He stumbles back, the air goes cold, the drums seem louder now, closer, as if the ground itself is warning him. If he's lucky, that is where the story ends. A scare, a chill, a laugh the next morning over coffee. If he's not lucky, if he keeps walking toward the voice, toward the darkness, toward the thing that wants him to follow, the deer woman does not vanish. She takes him, and what gets left behind is rarely a neat answer. Just tracks, just silence, just the feeling that whatever happened out there was not random. Because in these stories, the terrifying part is not only that she exists, it's that she might be the consequence of your actions. The deer woman is a figure that appears across multiple indigenous traditions, and later in modern retellings, urban legends, and pop culture adaptations. Right away, we need to draw a bright line. These are not dead stories from some sealed-off past. There are living cultures behind them, communities with their own languages, histories, rules, and meanings around what is told, how it's told, and who gets to tell it. So we are not flattening all of that into one neat little monster legend. We're going to do this the terrifying and true way. First, we'll look at the shape of the story as people tell it. Then we will look at what we can responsibly say about where that story lives, what seems traditional, what looks like later folklore, and what is clearly modern adaptation. And finally, we'll ask why this figure still matters now. Because by the end, the real question is not simply, is the deer woman real? The deeper question is, why does this warning, this very specific one, keep surviving? Because sometimes the scariest thing is not a monster. Sometimes it's a line that people keep crossing. Strip away the century, the location, and the storyteller's style, and Deer Woman stories often follow a familiar pattern. A man encounters a beautiful woman, usually at night, often near some kind of boundary. The edge of the woods, the edge of a road, the edge of camp, the edge of a party, the edge of where safety ends. She's alluring, calm, confident, sometimes playful. Then comes the reveal. Hooves, animal legs, feet turned wrong. Some unmistakable sign that what looked human is not fully so. In some tellings, she's openly dangerous. In others, she's a test. But yet in others even still, she is punishment. One detail keeps surfacing, however, especially in modern retellings. Her target is rarely random. Not the innocent wanderer, not the unlucky passerby. The target is often the kind of man everyone already knows how to describe. The man who pushes, stalks, coerces, corners, follows, pressures, harms. The man who thinks he can take what he wants and walk away untouched. This is what makes the deer woman so unsettling in a way standard ghost stories do not. She's not just danger. She's consequence. She is what appears when ordinary protections fail. For one listener, that makes her terrifying. For another, it makes her strangely reassuring. Because in many versions, the deer woman does not function like a random predator in the dark. She functions like justice in a form the world cannot ignore. This is where we slow down, because the internet loves to talk about the deer woman legend as if there's one clean canonical version, one tribe, one origin, one agreed upon meaning. That is not how living story traditions work. Across indigenous communities, there are multiple stories, overlapping themes, regional differences, retellings over decades if not centuries, and outsider distortions layered on top of one another. There are stories of women connected to deer, women who transform, women who punish, women who protect, and beings whose role is warning, seduction, danger, or justice. The internet prefers tidy folklore, but real folklore is almost never tidy. So the honest thing to say is not, here is the one true deer woman legend. The honest thing is to say that this is a recurring figure, appearing across multiple traditions and later retellings, carrying themes of power, danger, morality, and consequence. That matters because once you pretend there is only one version, you stop listening to the people the story belongs to. When folklorists look at a legend, one blunt question matters. What job does the story accomplish? The deer woman does several at once. She warns men that predatory behavior has consequences. She warns women and young people that danger can wear a charming face. She warns communities that ignoring harm does not make it disappear. And she offers symbolic justice where real justice may be absent, delayed, or denied. Even the deer imagery matters. Deer are familiar, quiet, and beautiful. They appear at the edge of headlights and vanish into brush. They're often treated as prey. So, a figure that merges woman and deer creates a powerful reversal. What is usually hunted becomes the hunter. That inversion is part of the moral force of the story. The deer woman is not frightening only because she is supernatural. She's frightening because she reverses the expected order of things. She is the hunted thing that stops running, the watched thing that watches back. The more closely you look, the less deer woman feels like one creature in one tale. She feels like a pattern, a shape that returns whenever people need a warning with teeth or hooves. Now we move from mythic pattern into encounter story. This is where the deer woman becomes the kind of tale somebody tells low, and serious after dark. No, listen, this really happened. Modern versions tend to be set in places that feel immediate. Roads through the woods, reservations, small towns, college campuses, bars, parties, parking lots, and they often end in one of a few ways. A man disappears. A man is found dead. A man survives but will not explain what happened. Someone notices tracks that shouldn't be there, hoofprints or footprints turned the wrong way, or marks in the mud, snow, or tile that seem to say the same thing. Something inhuman was here. Before we chase any one case, it helps to understand how encounter stories travel. They move the way rumors do. They mutate. They attach themselves to real places. They absorb local fear. They become more believable because the setting is familiar and because the storyteller swears it happened to a cousin, a roommate, a friend of a friend. And Deer Woman is built from that kind of spread because the image at the center is unforgettable. You look down, you see hooves, and the whole story changes. One modern cluster often tied to Deer Woman retellings is Haskell Indian Nations University in Kansas. In those stories, a man follows a woman, ignores warnings, and by morning, he's dead, missing, or ruined. Whether any specific version is verifiable is not the only point. The legend functions there like a warning system. It spreads where people want language for danger and where a community wants to give shape to predatory behavior without pretending that harm is abstract or rare. Here's the hard truth. Encounter stories are notoriously difficult to verify. They travel by word of mouth. They shift details. They absorb local anxieties. They attach themselves to real locations because real locations make them feel truer. Sometimes there's a real tragedy underneath, a disappearance, an assault, a death, and the story grows around it. Sometimes there isn't. That does not make the legend meaningless. If anything, it may make the legend more revealing. Because what Deer Woman stories often encode is the community's sense of threat, predatory behavior, secrecy, silence, people being warned and not listened to, harm being minimized until it's too late. In other words, even if you cannot confirm the deer hooves, you can often confirm the reason people keep telling the story. And that is a principle worth hanging on to. A legend can be unproven and still be true in what it reveals about the world that produced it. One common modern version happens on the road. A man is driving late at night. He sees a woman standing alone at the shoulder. She's calm, beautiful, strange only in the way lonely things on empty roads always feel strange. He offers her a ride. She gets in. At first, everything is normal. Then the conversation shifts. Sometimes she asks him where he's going. Sometimes she asks him what he's done. Sometimes she asks him if he's ever hurt a woman who told him no. He laughs or lies or flirts. Then he glances down at a stoplight maybe, or when she shifts in the seat, and he sees the hooves, split, black, solid. He looks up and she's smiling, like she's been waiting for him to notice. In some tellings, he swerves and crashes. In others, he disappears. In darker versions, he's found the next day near the road, dead or wrecked, with prints around him that no one can explain. Again, this is not proof, but it is a pattern. It's a story about boundaries. Do not pick up strangers. Do not assume vulnerability means weakness. Do not move through the night thinking it all belongs to you. Because it doesn't. Another common retelling is the party version. A man meets a woman at a gathering. She's magnetic, laughing at his jokes, touching his arm like it's nothing. He takes that as permission, so they slip outside or toward a hallway or toward a car. Then someone, a friend, a witness, somebody sober enough to notice details, sees her feet. No shoes, no socks, just hooves. When the witness looks again, she's gone. This version usually ends with the man missing the next day, dead or very much alive, but refusing to say what happened. And it's always summed up with the same grim line. He got what he deserved. That line tells you exactly what job the story is doing. This is not only watch out for the weird woman in the dark. It's more watch out for the being, the kind of man the dark is waiting for. Some versions move the reveal into a mirror. A man heads toward a bar restroom or some semi-private place with a woman he just met, grinning to his friends on the way. Minutes later, the screaming starts. When people rush in, he's alone, collapsed, shaking, wide-eyed, and he keeps repeating the same line. I saw her feet in the mirror. In some tellings, the mirror shows hooves where human legs should be. In others, it shows something even worse, that she was never reflecting right at all. Other stories are told less as a revenge tale and more as community warnings. Watch who you follow. Watch who you trust. Do not wander off with someone you don't know. Do not bring harm into the circle and expect the circle not to answer back. In those versions, Dear Woman is not only punishment, she's boundary enforcement. She's the edge of the safe place. Different towns, different decades, different storytellers, same reveal, same tracks, same silence. At the center of the Dear Woman is a tension that gives the legend its power. She's frightening because she harms, takes, punishes, kills. But she's also comforting because her target is often the kind of man women are forced to navigate every day. The kind of man whose danger is known, but never officially confirmed. In spaces like that, a legend like this becomes a protective shadow. Not because it's literally true in a courtroom sense, but because it shapes behavior. It warns. It says, if you do this, something will come for you. That something may be supernatural in the telling. It may also stand in for the community itself, finally deciding not to look away. Most horror monsters are random. They kill because that is what they do. The Dear Woman is different because she rarely shows up without moral framing. In many stories, she's selective, purposeful in a grim way, almost ethical. That complicates the fear. It asks the listener to make a choice. Do you fear her because she's dangerous, or because she exposes what you've done? That is why people often tell Deer Woman stories with two emotions at once. There's dread, but there's also satisfaction. She got him. That satisfaction is a clue. It tells you the world where the story lives is a world where him is a familiar problem. It tells you people are not merely afraid of monsters. They are relieved by the fantasy, sometimes the hope that predation does not go unanswered. It's worth stating plainly, many Deer Woman retellings are tied to violence against women, coercion, harassment, stalking, and predation. This is not accidental or a coincidence. That is the story doing its job. Legends often become stronger where institutions fail, where people feel unheard, unprotected, or ignored. A story like this offers a kind of moral order. If the law does not punish you, the woods just might. If the community cannot stop you, she will. This is one reason the Deer Woman survives so easily in modern settings. She provides language for a fear that has not gone away. She gives shape to the sense that danger is real, recurring, and often socially tolerated, long before it's formally acknowledged. And the hoofprints are a perfect symbol for that. They are evidence that feels undeniable, even when the rest of the story is slippery. Another reason the Deer Woman has resurfaced so strongly is that people are naming predatory behavior more clearly than they used to. The story keeps up. It shifts from do not wander into the woods to do not ignore red flags. And in that shift, the Deer Woman becomes less like a fairy tale witch and more like a living warning that updates itself every generation. A random monster is just bad luck. A consequence with a pattern is something else entirely. In recent years, Deer Woman has shown up more and more in popular culture. That is always a complicated moment for a figure rooted in living traditions. On one hand, modern media can introduce audiences to stories and themes they might never encounter otherwise. On the other, media can flatten and remix a tradition until it becomes unrecognizable. A show or film might use Deer Woman as a horror figure, a social commentary figure, and a symbol of consequences all at once. When that happens, the core often survives. Beauty, lure, reveal, punishment. But the meaning shifts depending on who is telling the story and why. So here is the careful approach we prefer to take. Treat modern portrayals as what they are. Adaptations. They can be powerful. They can be respectful. They can even be brilliant. But they are not proof of an origin. They're simply part of the legend's afterlife. A skeptic can reduce the Deer Woman to familiar parts, a cautionary tale, an urban legend pattern, a protective figure that grows stronger where communities need her. That explains a lot, but if you leave room for the part that refuses to be explained away, she remains striking because she is not merely a creature that eats. She's a judge. She appears at the boundary between what someone did and what they think they can hide. A skeptic could argue that this is an archetype built for survival, It has a perfect visual reveal, a simple moral frame, a clear target, and endings that are hard to disprove because they thrive on disappearance, silence, and rumor. That is all fair, but even then, the deer woman can still feel haunted because she shows up where people have real reasons to be afraid. She shows up in places where walking alone at night is a calculation, where warnings circulate quietly, where danger is often recognized socially before it's recognized officially. So the legend feels ghostly because the problem it points to is still alive. The supernatural element may be debated. The social reality underneath, however, usually isn't. Here's a modern twist that changes everything. For the first time in history, a legend doesn't stay local. A story once told within specific communities, places, seasons, and meanings can now be ripped out of that context and uploaded as content. The moment that happens, it starts behaving differently. It gets simplified into bullet points. It gets optimized. It gets collapsed into a checklist. Beautiful woman, lures men, hooves, dead body, lesson learned. That is great for clicks and rough on truth. Because Deer Woman now sits at the intersection of three categories people constantly confuse: traditional story told within a community, contemporary folklore that shifts from place to place, and popular culture adaptation built for entertainment. Online, those categories get stacked together until they look like the same thing. Then someone asks the obvious question. Okay, but did it happen? And in most cases, the honest answer is the story happened. As in, people told it. People believed it. People used it as a warning. It shaped their behavior around it. Did a literal woman with deer legs physically appear and drag a predator into the woods? That is the part we cannot prove from retellings alone. We have to live in that tension without cheating. When most people say evidence, they mean a police report, a news story, a photograph, a name, and a date. Folklore does not always leave that kind of receipt. Instead, folklore leaves patterns, repeated images, shared behaviors, repeated warnings. Rules that communities pass along because those rules are doing work. So, if you are investigating the Deer Woman, the questions change. Where is the story told most intensely, and why there? What behavior does it punish? What anxieties does it encode? What kind of danger makes people feel the need to tell it again? That is not courtroom evidence. It's cultural evidence. But cultural evidence can still be real, especially when it reflects a real-world problem people are trying to survive. When it comes to the hooves, they're not merely a cool twist. They're a nearly perfect storytelling tool. A hoofprint is simple, immediate, visual. It's the kind of detail that lets the listener see the scene in one flash. More importantly, it reverses the expected power dynamic. In most stories, hoofprints mean deer, prey, game, something you track. In Deer Woman stories, the hoofprints mean the hunter has arrived. The prey leaves proof that it was never prey at all. That reversal is what gives the legend so much emotional punch. These stories often end with a disappearance, a missing man, a body in a place that makes no sense, or a survivor who refuses to talk. That structure keeps the legend alive in the maybe space. It doesn't prove the story false. It means the story is built to live in ambiguity, and good legends know how to survive there. If we're being fair, the Deer Woman is not only a scare tactic, she's a story that offers control in a world where violence against women can be hidden, minimized, denied, or laughed off. She refuses denial. She makes the threat visible. She makes consequences feel possible. Whether you believe she exists as a literal spirit or a symbolic force, the emotional effect is often the same. The predator is not the apex. He is not untouchable. That is why, even outside the communities most closely tied to the figure, Deer Woman still resonates. The need she answers is tragically familiar, but that also means storytellers should handle her with care. Do not collapse all versions into one official myth. Do not sensationalize the underlying violence. Keep attribution language honest. Separate traditional material from campus legend from modern adaptation. Keep the moral center visible. In most retellings, the Deer Woman punishes predation, coercion, and harm, not innocent curiosity. Even if you don't buy the supernatural reading, there is something real to take from the legend. Believe people when they warn you about someone. Watch your friends at parties. Take "I feel unsafe" seriously. Pay attention to the patterns of behavior before they become headlines. And if you're the kind of guy who hears all this and thinks, "That would never be me," then good. The Deer Woman is not hunting your innocence. She's watching those who think they can get away with it. That is the twist. Even if she's only a story, she still changes the way people walk through the dark. So where does that leave us? If you're looking for a single definitive answer, one tribe, one origin, one case file stamped "Deer Woman confirmed," you're not gonna get it. You should not even expect it. The Deer Woman lives in a place where fact and meaning overlap, in stories told to protect people, to warn them, to explain consequence, and give shape to dangers that are very real, even when the supernatural framing is debated. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the Deer Woman does not need to be proven the way a photograph needs to be proven. Maybe she survives because she's true in a different way. True as warning. True as consequence. True as the shadow that follows men who think they're untouchable. And if you want the final question of the show, it's this. What does it say about the world if the Deer Woman is only a story and people still need her? Maybe that is why the last image in so many versions is the same. Not a scream, not a monster's face, not even a body. Just tracks in the dirt or stamped into the snow, leading away from the light. Proof that something was there. Proof that it left with purpose. So, if you ever find yourself walking away from the firelight and you hear hooves where hooves should not be, don't chase the voice. Don't follow the smile. And if you see tracks in the dirt that look like a signature, turn around, because the woods might not be hunting you. The woods might be collecting what you owe. The djinn. Let's talk about djinn. a supernatural creature from Arabic stories that lives on Earth but is invisible to us. These beings aren't just figments of the imagination. People have believed in them for a very long time, even before Islam came about. In those days, jinn was thought to whisper ideas to poets and those who foretold the future. Even the Quran, a holy book of Islam, says they're real, and talks about them as creatures who, just like us, get to choose to be good or bad. This means they can end up in heaven or in hell. Jinn is made of a special type of fire that doesn't create smoke, which is kind of like how humans are said to be made from clay. And most importantly, jinn stay hidden from human sight. These jinn aren't just some obscure term. They're extremely famous in Middle Eastern countries. You'll find them in loads of stories from places like North Africa, Egypt, Syria, and even as far as Turkey. They're also constantly referenced in the 1001 Nights, a collection of tales where they pop up quite a bit, and they're not just in Arabic stories anymore. People in India and Indonesia know about them too, mostly thanks to the Quran and the impact of Arabic literature. In the tales that people tell each other, jinn can change their shape to look like humans or animals. They're thought to hang out just about everywhere, in stones, trees, old buildings, underground, up in the air, or dancing around in flames. Despite being supernatural, they have needs like eating and sleeping, and, believe it or not, they can even die. But they don't have to play by the usual rules of life. They're far beyond that. Here's the catch, though. If you somehow annoy a jinn, even if you didn't mean to, they'll want payback. There are stories where people believe they're behind all sorts of bad luck, from getting sick to having horrible accidents. On the flip side, if you're clever and know the right tricks, you might be able to get the jinn on your side, perhaps even doing you a favor or two. Long before massive buildings scraped the skies and technology tethered humanity to screens, the legend of the jinn, those enigmatic entities now widely known as genies, whispered its way through ancient dunes and into the heart of human folklore. This metamorphosis from beings of profound mystery within Eastern traditions to the sanitized, lamp-dwelling figures of Western narratives spans centuries of misunderstanding and fascination. Yet it is within this journey that the true essence and complexity of the jinn come to light, revealing a narrative far richer and more nuanced than the simplified tales of wish-granting. Originally, these supernatural beings were seen not as servants, but as equals to humans, invisible yet integral participants in the grand scheme of creation. Over time, their portrayal shifted. They became spirits bound to worldly objects, often oil lamps, jars, or bottles. This image of confinement entertained the masses, but belied the depth of their original lore, where the jinn were capable of both benevolence and malevolence, reflecting the full spectrum of moral ambiguities found in humanity itself. Darker than their light-hearted counterparts, malevolent jinn were said to embody the very essence of horror, with propensities for acts as sinister as murder and torture. These twisted spirits delighted in corrupting the wishes of those who unwittingly freed them, inverting desires into deadly snares. The legends served as grim reminders. Those who dare to summon a jinn must tread carefully, for their liberation could herald one's doom. Survival tales whispered among the sands told not of battles of strength, but of cunning intellect. Victorious were those who could outsmart the jinn, leveraging their vanity or pride to trap them once more within their inanimate prisons. Through clever ruses, heroes could avert the catastrophic plagues and destruction these spirits were capable of unleashing upon the world. Rare are the stories where a jinn is truly destroyed, though, for these beings are of a realm beyond the tangible, a domain where they are bound not by mortal coils, but by the limits of their containers. These narratives, rich with the essence of human experience, offer not just entertainment, but also profound insights. They reflect our intrinsic fascination with the unknown, our fears of what lies beyond our control, and the enduring belief in humanity's ability to confront and overcome the shadows. Jinn are mysterious beings from ancient stories that have fascinated people for centuries, even before Islam began in the 7th century. They are an important part of Arab stories and Islamic beliefs. These spirits have been around for such a long time, making people feel both inspired and scared. In Arab and Islamic culture, they still influence people to this day. In the Islamic world, people think of jinn as creatures made from a special kind of fire that we humans can't see. This is different from humans who Islamic stories say are made from clay or earth. Jinn are not stuck in our physical world. They can move around in both the physical realm we see and the realm we can't see. In Islam, people do not worship jinn, but they are mentioned many times in the Quran, the Islamic holy book. Islam sees jinn as beings that can make their own choices just like humans. They can do good things or bad things, and they will be judged for their actions after they die, just like humans will. Arabs before Islam thought jinn had amazing powers over nature. They could control things and make the land good for farming. People respected and feared what jinn could do, and this showed up in their culture and stories. For example, old Arab poets would say a jinn helped them write their poems. Jinn and humans are thought to have a deep and complex relationship that goes back to both Islamic and older beliefs. People think jinn can also fall in love, feel passion, and even have relationships with humans, which shows they interact with us more than just in old tales. They're part of personal and spiritual stories too. Experts like Amira El-Zain have written a lot about jinn and say they can exist and act in both the world we see and the one we don't. This makes them very flexible in how they deal with us humans. One of the most interesting things people say about jinn is that they can change shape. They can look like a person or an animal. Jinn also have needs and do things that are a lot like what humans have to. They eat, drink, sleep, have babies, and they die in the end. This means they live lives that are similar to ours in a way, but we usually can't see it. When jinn show up in Western stories, like the friendly genie from Disney movies, they're often more charming and kinder than in those old stories, but traditional tales give us a fuller picture. They say that some jinn are good, but others can be tricky and even dangerous. This mix of feelings, being interested in but also a bit afraid of jinn, shows how much these spiritual beings have grabbed our attention over human history. Long ago, the Islamic prophet Muhammad introduced the world to jinn in the Quran, describing them as beings with their own will, similar to humans. Amira El-Zain, an expert on the subject, even says that believing in jinn is a crucial part of being a Muslim, though not every one of the 1.6 billion Muslims agree. But for those who do believe, jinn represent a hidden world. This belief is so strong that some people have turned to religious rituals to chase them away, often involving the reading of the Quran. But back before Islam, Arabs had many methods to protect themselves from jinn, like carrying animal teeth or using incense and charms. Jinn are not entirely good or evil, but they are considered less divine than angels and are often thought to possess people. A study conducted in 2014 showed that in some Muslim communities, mental health issues are sometimes attributed to jinn. Stories of personal encounters with these beings can truly be chilling. There's a story of a girl at a boarding school whose bully suddenly couldn't breathe because her tongue swelled. This happened right after she damaged another student's necklace. Shockingly, this student then spoke in a man's voice, claiming to be a far-traveled jinn. It turned out her parents got the necklace from a shaman in order to contain an evil jinn. In Bala, Oman, a place known for its historic Islamic architecture, stories about jinn are especially common. Muhammad al-Hinai, a well-educated Muslim, reported seeing a ghostly woman in tattered clothes who laughed eerily. Another local noticed his brother speaking nonsense to a wall after supposedly meeting a spirit. Harib al-Shukali, a local who has performed many exorcisms, thinks jinn aim to destroy our peace. They cause arguments and disbelief and want to break communities apart. According to him, the presence of jinn is a constant danger that the people of Bala must live with. Across cultures and continents, stories of encounters with the jinn have been passed down through generations. They've made their presence felt in various mysterious and often unsettling ways. The following accounts are inspired by such traditions, bringing to life the ethereal and often eerie experiences people have shared. These stories were originally shared on BuzzFeed, but we're retelling them here. Once upon a time, Sakina Blue shared a rather chilling tale about her brave mother-in-law. Late one night, as she was about to sleep, she saw a strange figure with long, pointy fingers and a sharply shaped face sitting near her bed. Without a second thought, she grabbed the jinn by its wrist and sternly told it to leave. Surprisingly, the jinn tried to bite her, but after a brief struggle, it vanished into thin air, leaving behind a mix of fear and relief. A user named Avar5 brought forward a haunting memory from their own childhood, this time in Spain. They often conversed with an invisible friend by the stairwell, repeatedly mumbling tek-tak, tek-tak during the night. Family members also noticed that the television would switch on and off by itself, and shadows would mysteriously glide across their balcony. This unknown presence became a part of their nightly routine, blending unnerving fear with childish wonder. Another person spoke of how, as a child, they found their usually messy home mysteriously tidy each morning. No one could explain how or who did the cleaning. This baffling occurrence, although helpful, brought a silent terror with it, making them wonder what invisible entity took the liberty to sweep through their home at night as they slept. Another user shared a personal and spooky experience of feeling a heavy, unseen presence at the foot of her bed during the vulnerable time of her pregnancy. She heard a strange voice in her mind instructing her to pray. After she prayerfully responded, the overwhelming feeling lifted and the room felt peaceful once again. Mariam H3 brought up the tale of her aunt, who heard her husband's laugh coming from an empty room. When confronted, the laughter didn't cease, but grew louder and stranger, suggesting it wasn't her husband at all, but a djinn mimicking him. Now let's jump to present day, and djinn are still causing a stir. There was a show on Netflix called Djinn, which was all about these young folks trying to stop one from destroying the world. The story was set in Petra, a place with ruins older than time itself. Now, this show got people pretty riled up, but not because of the djinn. No, it got heat because a girl in the show was getting a little too friendly with a couple of boys. You see, it doesn't matter if centuries have passed, people still have strong feelings about djinn and their antics. People have been blaming them for all the weird and unexplainable things that happen around us for ages. And it seems we love to hear about them, maybe because they're mysterious or scary, or because they remind us that the world isn't always just what we see with our own eyes. So now, when you hear about djinn, think about their stories. They're woven into our history. They're a part of what scares us, intrigues us, and sometimes even entertains us. And between you and me, it doesn't seem like they're going anywhere anytime soon. They've been around since way back when, and they'll probably stick around for as long as there are people to tell their stories. The Melonheads Curse. In the dense forests of Kirtland, Ohio, whispers of strange creatures with grotesquely swollen heads have haunted locals for generations. These beings, known as the Melonheads, are said to emerge under the cover of night, chasing those who wander too far into the woods and lurking by the roadside to strike fear into unsuspecting motorists. Their distorted, childlike forms have become the stuff of nightmares, though no photographs or physical evidence have ever confirmed their existence. The legend's roots trace back to a mysterious figure named Dr. Crow, a man whose name carries both sympathy and terror. Some say he was a kind-hearted physician who sheltered children suffering from a rare medical condition, shielding them from a cruel world. Others believe he was a twisted scientist who performed gruesome experiments, turning innocent lives into deformed creatures. When his house burned to the ground, the children vanished into the forest, where they are believed to remain to this day, watching, waiting. The tales have endured, passed down through hushed voices and chilling online accounts, yet, despite the lack of proof, the fear is real. Are these stories merely the product of overactive imaginations, or could something far more disturbing be hiding in the shadows of Kirtland's woods? In American folklore of Ohio, Michigan, and Connecticut, the Melonheads are described as small, humanoid beings with unusually large, bulbous heads. These mysterious figures are said to dwell in secluded areas, emerging from their hidden places to attack unsuspecting individuals. Their presence has become a source of fear and intrigue for those familiar with the legend. While the details of their appearance and behavior vary across different versions of the story, the image of these creatures with their oversized heads remains a common thread in the accounts shared across these 3 states. Reports from those who claim to have encountered the Melonheads often describe unsettling experiences. Witnesses speak of children-like figures with grotesquely swollen heads seen darting through the forest at night. Some tell of being chased by these beings, while others recount seeing them suddenly appear beside remote roads, startling motorists as they pass through the dark, wooded areas. The fear instilled by these sightings lingers long after the encounters, leaving those affected with questions about what they truly witnessed in the shadows. Despite the numerous tales that have circulated over the years, no concrete evidence has ever been produced to confirm the existence of the Melonheads. There are no photographs, no videos, no physical proof to validate the claims made by witnesses. Yet the legend endures, fueled by the stories passed down through generations. The absence of evidence has not deterred believers. Rather, it is added to the mystery, with some convinced that the beings are simply too elusive to be captured by modern technology. One explanation that has been suggested is the belief in what some call the Melonheads curse. According to this belief, the being's existence is tied to a supernatural or malevolent force that shields them from detection. This curse is thought to be the reason behind the lack of tangible proof and the frightening experiences reported by those who cross paths with the Melonheads. The idea of a curse further amplifies the fear and uncertainty surrounding the legend, making it something more than just unusual people hiding in the woods. However, the true origins of the Melonheads remain unclear, as different versions of the legend offer conflicting accounts. Some stories suggest they were once human children who were subjected to cruel experiments, leading to their grotesque appearance. Others claim they were abandoned and left to fend for themselves in the wilderness, their deformities resulting from years of inbreeding and isolation. Each version contributes to the legend's complexity, making it difficult to separate fact from fiction. So who are the Melonheads, really? Did they ever truly exist? These questions continue to haunt those drawn to the eerie tales from Ohio, Michigan, and Connecticut. While skeptics dismiss the stories as mere folklore, others remain convinced that something sinister lurks in the depths of those dark forests. Whether real or imagined, the Melonheads have carved a permanent place in the legends of these regions. There are multiple versions of the story surrounding the Melonheads, but many of them center around a figure known as Dr. Crow. In some tellings, his name appears as Crowe, C-R-O-W-E, or K-R-O-H-E, or K-R-O-H, or sometimes he's referred to as Dr. Melonhead. The legend is indeed particularly associated with Kirtland, a small town in Lake County, Ohio, home to approximately 10,000 residents. Mr. Crow's role in the story varies, depending on the version. Some portray him as a benevolent caregiver, while others depict him as a more sinister figure. Regardless of his nature, his connection to the Melonheads remains at the heart of the Ohio folktale. According to one account, Dr. Crow was commissioned by the federal government shortly after World War II to care for children afflicted with hydrocephalus, a rare medical condition that causes the accumulation of fluid in the brain, resulting in abnormally large heads. These children, suffering from both physical deformities and social rejection, were placed under Crow's care. The story goes he operated a small institution on his property, hidden deep in the woods, where he not only provided medical treatment, but also offered them a home away from the cruelty of the outside world. In this particular version, Dr. Crow is seen as a compassionate figure. He took in the children who had been cast aside by society and treated them with kindness. The government is said to have discreetly delivered these children to him under the cover of night, trusting that he would give them the care they so desperately needed. Crow dedicated his life to their well-being, working tirelessly to improve their quality of life while seeking a cure or treatment for their condition. Isolated from the community, the children relied solely on Crow for support. He studied their condition with the hope of discovering a medical breakthrough that might one day reverse their suffering. His work was driven by a genuine desire to help those whom society had abandoned. However, tragedy ultimately struck. Crow died of natural causes before he could find the cure he had worked so diligently to uncover. Without their protector and caregiver, the children were left to fend for themselves. In some versions of the tale, his death coincided with a catastrophic fire that engulfed his home. The blaze consumed the house and claimed the life of Dr. Crow, leaving the children both orphaned and homeless. With no one left to care for them, they scattered into the dense forest surrounding Kirtland. Stripped of their shelter and isolated from society, they are said to have adapted to life in the woods, surviving as best they could. Their haunting appearance and fearful existence in the wilderness became the foundation of the Melonhead legend. In the more widely known and disturbing versions of the Melonhead story, Dr. Crow is not remembered as a kind-hearted physician, but rather as a malevolent figure whose dark experiments left a permanent stain on the forests around Kirtland. This version strips away any sense of compassion and replaces it with horror. Crow is depicted as a ruthless scientist who treated the children not as patients in need of help, but as subjects for his twisted medical experiments. His home, hidden deep within the woods, is described as less of a sanctuary and more of a secret laboratory where unspeakable acts took place. In this telling, Crow's methods were cruel and unnatural. He's said to have acquired children through various means. Some accounts claim he was supplied by the government under the guise of medical research, while others suggest he kidnapped or purchased them in secret. Once under his control, the children were subjected to horrific procedures that altered their appearance and left them permanently disfigured. The most notorious claim is that Crow injected their heads with water, causing their skulls to swell to unnatural proportions. Over time, their heads grew grotesquely large and smooth, while their bodies became weak and misshapen. While some versions agree that the children initially suffered from hydrocephalus, a condition that causes fluid buildup in the brain, Crow's actions only worsened their condition. He's rumored to have deliberately increased the amount of fluid in their heads, stretching their skulls even further, beyond all natural limits. The experiments left the children in agony, their bodies deteriorating under the weight of their swollen heads. The result was a group of grotesque, hairless beings who bore little resemblance to ordinary children, beings who would later become known as the Melonheads. The torment and abuse at Crow's hands eventually led to a violent turning point. Overwhelmed by years of pain and suffering, the children are said to have risen up against their tormentor. They attacked Crow in a final act of desperation and revenge, bringing an end to his cruel reign. After killing him, they set fire to his home, as well as the makeshift institution that had imprisoned them for so long. The flames consumed everything: the building, Crow's body, and any physical evidence of the horrific experiments that had taken place within those walls. With their captor dead and their prison destroyed, the children fled into the surrounding forests, seeking refuge among the trees. Though free, they were permanently scarred, both physically and emotionally. Unable to reintegrate into society because of their horrifying appearance and lack of socialization, they became reclusive and feral. Over time, they adapted to life in the wilderness, learning to survive away from human eyes. The isolation only fueled their legend, as their rare sightings by locals sparked fear and speculation about what truly lurked in the woods. To this day, the area around Kirtland, particularly along Wisner Road and into neighboring Chardon Township, is said to be haunted by the presence of the Melonheads. Those who travel the dark, wooded paths at night have reported brief, terrifying glimpses of small, malformed figures with bulbous heads darting between trees. Some stories even suggest that the Melonheads turned to cannibalism, with chilling claims that they prey on stray animals or, more disturbingly, human infants. Whether fact or folklore, the tale of Dr. Crow and the Melonheads remains one of Ohio's most enduring and unsettling legends. As the legend persisted over time, it evolved into a tale not only of survival, but of an unnatural lineage hidden within the forests near Kirtland. Those who escaped the burning orphanage were said to have adapted to their harsh environment, finding ways to endure despite their deformities. As the years turned into decades, these survivors allegedly gave birth to children of their own. These offspring inherited the same grotesque physical abnormalities: enlarged bulbous heads and frail bodies, as well as the mental scars afflicted upon their parents. This new generation grew up secluded from society, knowing only the shadows of the forest and the stories passed down regarding the cruelty of the outside world. With their isolation came a growing resentment toward humans. The Melonheads were believed to view outsiders as threats to their very existence, fostering a deep hatred for anyone who dared to enter their territory. Local tales described eerie encounters with these beings, sightings of small, misshapen figures lurking at the edges of roads, peering out from behind trees, or chasing travelers through the darkness. Whispers circulated about attacks on those who wandered too far into the woods, with some disappearing without a trace. There were even accounts suggesting the Melonheads had resorted to stealing livestock, pets, and in the most disturbing stories, children, taking them back to their hidden dens for food. Another variation of the legend added an emotional twist to the story of Dr. Crow. In this version, the doctor was not entirely alone. He was married to a kind-hearted woman, a woman who treated the children with gentleness and compassion. She became a mother figure to them, offering comfort in an otherwise cold and brutal environment. Her presence was said to be the only source of warmth in their lives. However, one fateful night, a violent argument erupted between Crow and his wife. In the struggle, she fell and hit her head on a cabinet, resulting in her death. Whether it was an accident or something more sinister remains unclear, but the children believed Crow was responsible. Grief turned to fury as the children, devastated by the loss of the only person who had cared for them, turned on Crow. Overwhelmed by their rage, they attacked him with a viciousness that matched the pain he had inflicted upon them over the years. Once Crow lay dead, the children set his house and institution ablaze. The fire consumed everything: the building, their captors' bodies, and any traces of the horrors that unfolded behind its walls. With their home destroyed and their caretaker gone, as well as their abuser, the children retreated into the dense forest, where they would remain hidden from the outside world. Though the story of the Melonheads began as a local tale whispered among residents, it gained wider recognition with the rise of the internet. Websites like Creepy Cleveland and Dead Ohio became hubs for those intrigued by the legend. People shared personal experiences, alleged sightings, and theories about what really happened in the woods of Kirtland. Each account seemed to add new details, further blurring the line between fact and fiction. The legend's eerie appeal also caught the attention of filmmakers. In 2010, the movie Legend of the Melonheads was released, drawing inspiration from the Ohio tales and other folklore from the area. The story continued to weave itself into horror culture. In 2018, the anthology film The Field Guide to Evil featured a chilling segment inspired by the Melonheads, telling the tale of a boy who was taken into the woods and transformed into one of the grotesque beings. More recently, in 2024, the film The Melonheads' House of Crow revisited the dark legend, further solidifying its place in urban folklore. Despite the growing popularity of these stories, historians and researchers have found no credible evidence to support the existence of Dr. Crow, his institution, or the Melonheads. No records of such a facility or any missing children match the details of the tale. To this day, the legend remains just that, a haunting story, passed down through generations, keeping the woods of Kirtland obscured by more questions than answers. In the end, the Melonheads remain shrouded in mystery, its roots tangled somewhere between folklore and fear. While Dr. Crow and his alleged experiments were never proven to have existed, the stories of deformed children lurking in the forests near Kirtland, Ohio, have persisted for generations. The fear they inspire has extended beyond the local communities, captivating horror enthusiasts and fueling internet folklore. Yet, for those who claim to have seen the Melonheads, the terror is all too real, leaving them to wonder what truly hides in the shadows. Whether the tale is fact, fiction, or something in between, it leaves an unsettling question. How much of what we fear is imagined, and how much of that fear, covered by shadow, masked by the sound of wind cutting through the trees, might just be waiting for us, just beyond our field of view? The Fox Sisters. March 1848, Hydesville, New York. Winter is losing its grip, but it hasn't let go yet. The roads are half mud, half frozen ruts. The fields outside the Fox farmhouse look dead under the moonlight, and the last of the cold clinging to everything. Wind slips through the cracks in the boards. Somewhere, in the dark, The house gives the ordinary complaints of an old place settling for the night. Then, something answers back. A knock. Not loud, not dramatic, just wrong. Another from somewhere else. Then another, sharp this time, deliberate. Inside, the Fox family lies awake, listening. A mother trying to calm herself, a father trying to sound practical. Children staring into the dark, every small noise suddenly charged with meaning. Was that the wall? The floor? Under the bed? In the frame of the house itself? It's impossible to say. What makes it worse? The sounds do not come from one place. They seem to move, to wait, to respond. Night after night, the noises return. At first, maybe you tell yourself it's the wind, mice in the walls, timber shrinking, pipes, anything. But old houses make random sounds, and these do not feel random. These seem to listen. A rap after a question, a pause as if thinking, then a reply. The youngest girls in the house, Kate and Maggie Fox, are frightened, then fascinated, then playful in the way children sometimes become when fear starts turning into a sort of game. Kate snaps her fingers and dares the unseen presence to do the same. A knock answers. The room changes. What had been a household nuisance becomes a conversation. Soon, they have a code. 1 rap for yes, 2 for no. Questions bring answers. Answers become identity. And before long, the thing in the room is no longer just a sound in the walls. It is, as they say, a murdered peddler buried somewhere on the property. Now, the dead have a voice, and the living cannot stop listening. Neighbors hear the story, then they come to hear the knocks for themselves. In a little place like Hydesville, that kind of news spreads in dry timber, fast, hot, and hard to put out. People crowd into the farmhouse, wanting the same thing every ghost story promises and almost never delivers. Proof. And the story just keeps growing. What begins in one drafty room in upstate New York doesn't stay there. It spills outward into parlors, lecture halls, newspaper columns, seance circles, and crowded theaters. It crosses cities, then countries. It helps ignite an entire movement built on one intoxicating promise: that death is not the end, and the dead can still answer when called. But if those voices from beyond were not voices at all, if the foundation of the movement was built on cracking joints in the dark, suggestible adults frightened children, and people hearing exactly what they needed to hear, then the Fox sisters are not just a ghost story. They are something even more unsettling. They are a story about grief made vulnerable, about performance mistaken for revelation, about what happens when a child's eerie little trick meets an audience desperate for eternity. Because once people believe the dead are speaking, they do not simply want the truth. They want one more knock. To fully understand why the Fox sisters are relevant, you have to picture the country they emerged into. Mid-19th century America was loud with conviction. Revival meetings, reform movements, utopian communities, prophecy, mesmerism, mystical experiment, spiritual hunger. The culture was already vibrating with the sense that hidden truths might be waiting just beyond the visible world. To modern ears, the claim that the dead could communicate with the living sounds outrageous. To many people then, it sounded thrilling, consoling, and very possible. Margaret Fox, called Maggie, and her younger sister Catherine, or Kate, moved in with their family to a farmhouse near Hydesville in 1847. The next year, famous disturbances began. Rappings, knockings, night noises. Not a single grand apparition, not some flaming ghost spectacle, but a series of sounds ordinary enough to explain away, and unnerving enough not to. That is how stories like this gain their traction. They start with ambiguity. As we previously mentioned, Kate's challenge to imitate the snapping of her fingers led to questions. Could it count? Yes. Could it identify ages? Yes. Was it the spirit of a murdered man? Yes. Once their family and their visitors settled on a code, the house became something new. Not a haunted home, but a machine for producing answers. And once a mystery starts answering questions, people stop treating it like a mystery. A noise becomes a sign becomes a message becomes a revelation. Neighbors came to witness it. Some were frightened, some were skeptical. Some almost certainly arrived already hoping to be convinced. The story passed beyond the farmhouse walls, and with that, it slipped out of the family's control, or maybe more accurately, into the hands of the person most capable of exploiting it, Leah Fox. The older sister is one of the messiest and most interesting parts of this story, because she appears not as some passive relative standing off to the side, but more as a force. She saw immediately that Hydesville was no longer just a family embarrassment or a local panic. It was an opportunity. She brought the younger girls to Rochester, where the Rochester rappings became a sensation, and she helped transform two frightened children into public instruments of wonder. That transformation should be ugly, because the moment you stop picturing Maggie and Kate as famous mediums and start remembering them as girls, the whole situation changes. You see children being watched by rooms full of adults, strangers leaning in for signs of eternity, their gestures interpreted, their silences filled in, their fear turned into theater. And whether the girls began it, embellished it, believed it, or got swallowed up by it, they were still very young when the world decided they had access to the grave. In November of 1849, Maggie and Kate reportedly demonstrated their powers before a paying crowd at Rochester's Corinthian Hall. Hundreds came. Imagine the sound in that room before the show begins. Coats rustling, chairs squeaking and groaning, people whispering, skeptics smirking, believers braced for the promised revelation. Then imagine the pressure on the two young girls. They're no longer in a bedroom with frightened parents. They're in public now, on display, their value tied directly to whether the dead keep performing. By 1850, the sisters and Leah were in New York City holding regular seances. Important people came. Curious people came. Mourning people came. Horace Greeley, the powerful editor of the New York Tribune, was among those impressed enough to show them support. That was a big deal because celebrity does not just create fame. Once influential people treat something as plausible, the public gets more comfortable with surrendering to it. And the thing about celebrity is that it doesn't require truth, only appetite. Soon the Fox sisters were no longer the center of a curiosity. They were the center of an expanding market. Other mediums emerged, imitators appeared, seances spread. Spirit communication moved from scandal to fashion to belief system. Modern spiritualism traces its rise directly to Hydesville in 1848, which is an astonishing legacy for one farmhouse, one family, and one series of noises in the dark. But the story gets more disturbing when you look at what successes did to the sisters themselves. They grew up inside a part they could not easily leave. Maybe at first there was mischief in it, or maybe fear, maybe a kind of improvisation, maybe a child realizing adults were reacting in ways she could control. But once the money came in, once crowds gathered, once newspapers printed their names and strangers stared at them like vessels of the beyond, the performance solidified all around them. The sisters were no longer free to simply be children who had gotten carried away. Too many people now needed the thing to be real. Leah needed it to be real. Believers needed it to be real. And the paying public needed it to be real too. And perhaps after a while, Maggie and Kate needed it most of all. That's where the human messiness really starts to creep in, because neat fraud narratives are emotionally satisfying, but real lives almost never stay neat. Maggie later attached herself to Alicia Kent Kane, pulled away from active mediumship for a time, and converted to Catholicism. Kate moved deeper into public spectacle. Both sisters struggled under the strain. Both learned to drink heavily. Both seem, in different ways, to have buckled under the burden of becoming symbols before they were equipped to understand what that even meant. And that may be the bleakest reading of the whole story. Not that they fooled the world, but that once the world decided it needed them, it would not let them stop. Imagine being a child doing something eerie in the dark, maybe as a prank, or a game, or as a response to a house filled with tension, and then watching adults build an empire out of it, watching them hand you a role, a script, a destiny, watching every doubt become betrayal, every hesitation become danger, every attempt to escape met with the same demand. Do it again. Make the dead speak again. Give us one more sign. And if that is what happened, then the first true haunting in the Fox sisters' story was not in the walls of the farmhouse. It was in the roomful of adults who would not let the children fall silent. The basic historical framework here is solid. The Fox family moved near Hydesville in 1847. The famous rappings began in 1848, Leah did help manage and promote the younger sisters, and by 1850 they were conducting seances in New York City. Major historical reference works do indeed place the rise of modern spiritualism right there in Hydesville. What remains much harder to pin down is the sisters' interior reality at different stages, whether they always understood the events as fraud, whether belief and performance blurred together, and how much family pressure, fame, and money shaped what followed. What began as a noise in the night was now a profession, a spectacle, and a promise to the grieving. And promises like that do not fade quietly. They demand to be fed. If our show so far has been about the birth of a legend, now we're going to talk about the machinery that turned that legend into a movement. The Fox sisters did not simply become famous, they became a template. Once the Hydeville story escaped into public life, spirit communication spread with extraordinary speed. Seances became social rituals. Parlors were now little theaters for longing. Mediums became interpreters between the living and the dead. A table, a darkened room, and a set of coded responses. That was all it took to create the sense that another world was pressing close against this one, waiting, almost begging to be heard. And in Victorian culture, where death was common, mourning was public, and grief was often prolonged and ritualized, that promise was almost impossible to resist. Imagine a mother who has buried a child, a widow with no final goodbye, a father still replaying the last look on a son's face. Now imagine someone telling them that the silence of death might not be silence at all, that with the right medium, the right room, the right conditions, the dead might answer back. That is not just entertainment. That is the ultimate human temptation. By the 1880s, estimates placed the number of spiritualists in the millions across the United States and Europe, and the movement gained still more force during and after the Civil War, when the scale of death-shattered families expanded to unprecedented amounts. In that context, the Fox sisters were not merely selling weird thrills to curious audiences. They were standing at the headwaters of a culture-wide answer to mass grief, which is what makes the moral center of their story so uncomfortable. If the phenomenon was fraudulent, then what exactly were they doing? A lie? Or a performance? A coping mechanism in costume, or a con that sometimes soothed the people it deceived while making sure they were freed of their hard-earned money? Because even if you strip down every supernatural claim from the story, the emotional transaction remains. People in pain wanted signs. They wanted continuity. They wanted not philosophy or doctrine. They wanted proof, a knock, a name, a coded answer from the dark. The Fox sisters stepped into that hunger and turned it into a livelihood and eventually a cottage industry. And almost from the beginning, some people suspected exactly that. Skeptics followed them early. Observers proposed natural explanations. Some suggested correctly, or nearly so, that the wrappings might be produced by the body itself. But skepticism could not kill the phenomenon. If anything, it sharpened its edges. Believers reinterpreted criticism as persecution. Doubt became evidence of closed-mindedness. Exposure became part of the drama. and that pattern should feel familiar. Movements built on wonder often survive contradiction because they turn the contradiction into fuel. Maybe a medium faked some manifestations, believers might say, but that does not mean all of them were fake. Maybe a performance was embellished, but the underlying gift was still real. Once people have tied their grief, hope, and identity to a system of belief, embarrassment alone rarely tears it down. Then came 1888, 40 years after the Hydesville rappings. Maggie Fox turned on the story that had made her. On October 21st, 1888, the New York World published an interview ahead of her appearance at the New York Academy of Music. She was reportedly paid $1,500 for the exclusive, which is over $52,000 when adjusted for inflation. Kate was there too, supporting her. Maggie declared that she and Kate had begun the phenomenon as children, and that the mysterious sounds could be produced by simple physical means. An apple on a string in one telling, and more famously, the manipulation of joints in the toes, feet, and other parts of the body. Then she demonstrated it. That scene is one of the great ugly reversals in American occult history. Imagine that room. The academy packed, spiritualists outraged or anxious, skeptics delighted. The woman at the center of one of the century's great supernatural movements standing before them, not as a medium anymore, but as a witness against herself, and in a way a whistleblower against the entire movement. She removes her shoe, places her foot on a wooden stool, and instead of waiting for messages from the dead, the audience listens for clicks from flesh and bone. All at once, it is humiliating, theatrical, and devastating. The miracle collapses into anatomy. The veil between worlds shrinks into a woman flexing her foot before a crowd. And still, even then, the story refused to die cleanly, because Maggie later recanted. That detail is what keeps the Fox sisters from being a simple morality tale. If she had confessed and never looked back, the story would feel tidier. But people are rarely tidy at the moment of collapse. Maggie later said she had been pressured or misled or driven by desperate circumstances. Some accounts framed the confession as motivated by money, others by resentment toward Leah, others by Kate's troubles, by alcohol, family fractures, and emotional breakdown. Believers dismissed it as a drunken betrayal. Skeptics treated it as final proof, and Maggie herself drifted back into ambiguity, leaving historians to sort through a wreckage of motives. That is the human messiness the clean versions of the story try to scrub away. By this point, nobody in the Fox family seems whole. Leah, the organizer impresario, appears again and again as both architect and exploiter. Maggie seems torn between roles: performer, penitent, accuser, recanter. Kate's life darkens into public decline and alcoholism. These are not glamorous occult celebrities in the end. They're damaged people bound together by a phenomenon that made them famous, fed them, divided them, and watched them deteriorate. Leah died in 1890. Kate died in 1892. Maggie died in 1893. All three gone within a few years of each other. No triumph, no vindication, no peaceful final unveiling of truth, just poverty, bitterness, collapse, and the unpleasant knowledge that even Maggie's confession had not really freed anyone. Not the believers, not the skeptics, not the sisters themselves. Whatever started in Hydesville, they never escaped it. And perhaps that's what makes the 1888 confession so haunting. Not that it exposed a trick, but that even exposure was just another performance in a life where the audience never went away. Maggie's 1888 confession is well documented, as is her public demonstration of how the wrappings could be produced. It is also well established that she later recanted. What remains unresolved is motive. Money, resentment, family conflict, support for Kate, alcohol, remorse, renewed belief, or some unstable combination of all of them may have been involved. The confession is one of the strongest anti-spiritualist pieces of evidence in the entire story, but it does not supply the neat ending people often want. She took off her shoe, showed them how the dead had spoken, and still, the dead would not stay buried. There is one more reason the Fox sisters continue to endure. They're not just a ghost story. They're a story about appetite. The appetite for meaning, for spectacle, for certainty, for a system that takes the worst silence in human life, death, and fills it with answers. That is why this story still feels modern. Change the dresses to studio lights, the seance parlor to a live stream, the coded raps to some other viral manifestation, and the machinery beneath barely changes. People still want marvels. They still reward confidence. They still confuse emotional force with evidence. And the Fox sisters sit at the root of that pattern. But they also linger because the ending keeps refusing to settle. And then something strange happened that poetically raised more questions from the grave. In 1904, long after Leah, Maggie, and Kate were dead, school children playing in the old Hydesville house reportedly found a partial human skeleton between the earth and a crumbling wall. For believers, it looked like vindication, the murdered peddler at last, proof that the girls had spoken to something real all along. It's the exact kind of postscript a ghost story longs for. Bones in the walls, the dead resurfacing after decades, the impossible made flesh. But almost immediately, the certainty began to rot. Later reporting and historians treated the discovery skeptically. The remains were described as inconsistent, possibly a mixed collection, reportedly including animal bones, even chicken bones. In other words, the final great proof attached to the Fox mystery may itself have been contaminated by folklore, bad reporting, misidentification, or plain old wishful thinking, which feels almost too perfect. A story that begins with uncertain sounds and ends with uncertain bones. A movement born from ambiguity remains wrapped in it. And maybe that is the real haunting here. Not whether spirits ever spoke in Hydesville, but whether Maggie's confession was total truth, partial truth, or another desperate performance in a life already built on one. Not even whether the sisters were frauds, victims, opportunists, believers, or some unstable combination of all four. The haunting is how badly human beings need death to be negotiable. How quickly grief will lean toward pattern, how readily pain will treat an answer as proof. There's also a darker social undercurrent in the Fox sisters' story that makes it harder to dismiss as mere hokum. These were women and girls in a culture that often denied them plain authority, yet rewarded them extravagantly when they seemed to serve as channels for unseen power. A medium could command a room in ways an ordinary woman often could not. She could become oracle, comforter, spectacle, threat. That power was real, even if the spirits were not. And like a lot of power granted on fragile terms, it could curdle fast. The girls were valuable when they produced wonder, valuable when they soothed grief, valuable when they filled halls, valuable when they kept the story alive. But the moment they faltered, contradicted themselves, drank too much, aged out of innocence, or exposed the trick, the same culture that had fed on them could turn and call them degraded, pathetic, corrupt, and unstable. That does not excuse fraud, but it does make the fraud feel less like a single bad act and more like a whole ecosystem of hunger, reward, pressure, and exploitation. If they lied, who taught them how profitable the lie could be? If they kept performing, who kept buying tickets? If they wanted out, who let them? By the end of their lives, the glamour was gone. The movement they helped ignite lived on. But they did not prosper within it. Their final years were marked by poverty, alcoholism, family fracture, and public disgrace. The women who helped launch one of the most influential supernatural movements in modern Western history did not get to stand outside it and explain themselves clearly. They were crushed inside it. So, what do we do with them now? You can call them frauds. There is strong evidence for that. You can call them tragic figures trapped in a deception that outgrew them. There's strong evidence for that too. You can even argue that the original disturbances may have involved some strange mixture of prank, panic, suggestibility, family tension, and later showmanship, rather than one clean answer. The record leaves room for debate. But there is one thing the record does not really allow. You can't call them unimportant. The Fox sisters changed history. Their story helped ignite modern spiritualism and helped reshape the Western imagination around contact with the dead. Whether the knocking came from beyond the grave, from the joints of a frightened child, or from that murky place where performance, belief, grief, and suggestion all begin talking at once, the effect was enormous. And maybe that is the image worth leaving in the dark. Not a triumphant medium, not a debunker on a stage, just a farmhouse at night. Cold boards, breath held in the dark, a mother listening, two girls in bed, fear, mischief, pressure, hunger, and possibility, all packed in to one small room. A clap, a pause, then the answering knock, and in that tiny interval between sound and meaning, between grief and proof, between what happened and what people needed to believe had happened, an entire movement is born. The Fox sisters may never tell us exactly what happened in Hydesville, but they tell us something almost as unsettling. Once the dead seem to answer, the living will do almost anything to keep listening. The Greenbrier Ghost. June 1897. Inside the Greenbrier County Courthouse in Lewisburg, West Virginia, a defense attorney is trying to make a ghost disappear. The witness before him is Mary Jane Heaster, mother of a young woman named Elva Zona Heaster Shue. Zona has been dead for 5 months. Her husband, Aramis Stribling Trout Shue, sits accused of breaking her neck, hiding the injury, and allowing her death to pass as something natural. No one claims to have watched him kill her. The medical evidence proves Zona died violently, but it cannot place another living person in the room. The state's case is circumstantial. That makes Mary dangerous to the defense, not because she saw the murder, but because she insists the victim told her how it happened afterward. The prosecution has avoided making a ghost the center of its case. Now the defense brings the apparition into the courtroom, hoping to make Mary sound irrational. The attorney asks whether grief produced 4 dreams. Mary refuses the word. Quote, "I was as wide awake as I ever was." He presses again. Would she admit the visits were dreams rather than appearances of her daughter? Mary does not retreat. Quote, "I am not going to say that, for I am not going to lie." The answer leaves the courtroom with an impossible problem. A dead woman cannot take an oath, face cross-examination, or point to the man who killed her. But a living mother can repeat what she says the dead told her, and the injuries discovered after the body was exhumed match the strangest part of her account. History will remember this as the trial where testimony from a ghost helped send a man to prison. But the real story is not about a spirit taking the stand. It's about a young woman's death being accepted too quickly. A husband who believed there was no witness against him, and a mother who refused to let the grave close over the questions. Before she became the Greenbrier Ghost, she was simply Zona. The surviving record preserves only fragments of Elva Zona Heaster's life. She grew up in Greenbrier County, in the southeastern mountains of West Virginia, and was still a young woman when a newcomer arrived in 1896. Even her birth year is uncertain, with later sources commonly giving either 1873 or 1876. That small disagreement says something larger about the record. Zona becomes sharply visible only when she marries and dies. The years in which she was simply living were preserved far less carefully. His full name appeared in different forms: Aramis, Edward, or E.S. Shue, but people commonly referred to him as Trout. He was a blacksmith, physically strong, and knew enough to the community that much of his history remained elsewhere. Zona and Trout married on October 20th, 1896, after a brief courtship. Her mother disliked the match. How much Mary Jane Heaster knew at that time is unclear, but Trout had served time for horse theft and had been married twice before. One marriage ended in divorce. Another wife had died. Later retellings attach darker suspicions to those facts, but they were never proven in court. What can be said safely is that Zona married a man with a troubled past, and the marriage lasted only 3 months. The silence around that marriage is one of the case's most frustrating features. There's no diary telling us how Trout behaved when doors were closed. No letter records whether Zona feared him, regretted the marriage, hoped it would improve, or planned to leave. The honest record gives us an abrupt sequence: a wedding in autumn, a funeral in winter, and a mother who immediately suspected the man her daughter had chosen. On the morning of January 23, 1897, Trout went to his blacksmith shop. At some point, he stopped at a nearby home and asked a boy to go to the shoe house, gather eggs, and see whether Zona needed anything from the store. It was an ordinary errand, the kind of favor that passed easily between neighbors in a rural community. The boy knocked. No one answered. He went inside. Zona lay on the floor. Contemporary trial reporting described her body as stretched, perfectly straight, feet together, one hand by her side and the other across her body. Her head rested at a slight angle. There was no staircase in the contemporary account, no melodramatic tableau from later legend. Only a child confronted with a dead young woman in a quiet house. He ran to tell his mother, then hurried to the blacksmith shop. By the time Dr. George W. Knapp arrived, Zona was no longer where the boy had found her. Her husband had moved her and laid her out. That decision changed the scene before a physician could study it. It also placed control of Zona's body in the hands of the person who would later be accused of killing her. Dr. Knapp attempted to revive her, even though the body had already grown cold. He noticed slight discoloration on the right side of her neck and cheek, and began examining the throat. When he tried to continue, Trout caused him to stop. Shu then helped dress Zona for burial, placing her in clothing with a high, stiff collar, winding a folded veil around her neck, before tying it underneath her chin. The precise exchange is damaged in the surviving newspaper transcription, but the outcome is clear. The doctor did not complete the examination. Accounts differ over the first cause assigned to Zona's death, using phrases such as an everlasting faint, heart trouble, or childbirth. The contradictions are fascinating, but they matter less than the shared failure beneath them. None came from a complete examination of the body. At the funeral, Trout's behavior drew attention. Witnesses later testified that Zona's head seemed unnaturally loose and would fall from side to side unless supported. The collar and layers of cloth remained in place. The grieving husband stayed close, controlling access and explaining the supports around her head and neck. Grief can look strange without proving guilt, but taken together, the body being moved before the doctor arrived, the neck being strangely covered, the examination being stopped, and the unstable head, the details formed a pattern that became impossible to ignore once anyone, began asking the right questions. Mary Jane Heaster was already asking them. Zona was buried. In legal terms, there was no murder case. In medical terms, there had been no complete examination. In the ground lay the only witness whose body could contradict the story everyone had been asked to accept. Then, according to Mary Heaster, Zona came home. Mary later testified that she prayed for her daughter to return and tell her what had happened. She did not describe one uncertain dream glimpsed through sleep. She described 4 visits on 4 nights, each one adding detail to the accusation forming in her mind. In Mary's account, Zona appeared as she had been in life. There was light in the room, but not from a lamp. Mary said she raised herself on an elbow, reached toward the figure, and found no coffin surrounding her. She believed she was awake, believed she could touch her daughter, and believed the visitor had come because Mary was the one person Zona trusted to act. The apparition spoke first about the household. Trout had become angry over supper, Zona allegedly said, because he believed there was no meat prepared. She insisted there had been plenty of food and named what was stored in the house: butter, apple butter, fruit, and several kinds of preserves. To a modern listener, the inventory can sound almost absurdly domestic, beside an accusation of murder. That's also what makes it unsettling. The story didn't begin with thunder or a grave opening up. It began with a quarrel over a meal. Mary said Zona described the house and cellar, even though Mary had never visited the couple's home while her daughter was alive. She claimed that, after seeing the property later, she found its layout as Zona had described it. The spirit also directed her toward places to search, though one lead near a rocky fence produced nothing. The account contained apparent correspondences, unverifiable statements, and a clue that went nowhere. Exactly the mixture that makes an extraordinary claim difficult to classify. The central allegation did not change. On the second visit, Mary said Zona told her that Trout had squeezed or broken her neck at the first joint. To demonstrate the injury, the figure turned her head completely around before leaving. Mary told neighbors about the experiences before the inquest, and that timing is important. Her courtroom account was not invented for the first time under oath after everyone knew the autopsy findings. She had been speaking publicly while Zona was still buried, and while the official explanation remained a natural death. What the record cannot establish is why Mary chose the language that she did. Whether she believed she had encountered Zona's spirit experienced a waking vision created by grief, transformed intuition into a story others would take seriously, or something else entirely. She carried the story to Greenbrier County Prosecutor John Alfred Preston, who did not need to decide whether the dead could speak. His responsibility was to determine whether the living had overlooked a crime. That distinction kept the inquiry from becoming a seance and turned it back toward the body. Preston revisited the circumstances of the death. Dr. Knapp acknowledged that his first examination had been incomplete. Witnesses could describe Trout's conduct, the high collar, the folded veil, and the strange movement of Zona's head. Questions that had seemed intrusive at the bedside now became urgent. If the doctor had been stopped from examining the neck, what had he failed to see? Authorities ordered Zona's body to be exhumed. On February 22nd, nearly a month after burial, Dr. Knapp joined Dr. Rupert and Dr. McClung for a post-mortem examination. Whatever anyone believed about Mary's visitor, the doctors now had physical evidence in front of them. The findings were unequivocal. Zona's neck was broken. Her windpipe had been crushed. More specifically, the neck was dislocated between the first and second cervical vertebrae, and the ligaments were torn and ruptured. Later summaries also described marks on the throat as signs of fingers. The rest of her organs appeared healthy. The earlier assumption of natural death could no longer survive scrutiny. A break high in the neck might have raised questions about a fall, but the crushed airway and throat marks pointed toward direct violence. The location also matched the detail Mary said she had announced before the grave was opened. That match did not identify the attacker by itself. It did, however, establish that the mother's supposedly impossible accusation had led investigators to a real, concealed injury. The body didn't prove who had caused the injuries, but it proved that a homicide had been hidden beneath the collar. Trout was required to attend the proceedings surrounding the exhumation and inquest. Witnesses later recalled statements that sounded less like shock and more like calculation. He said he expected to return under arrest. He also repeatedly expressed confidence that no one could prove he had done the killing. Suspicion was one thing, proof was another. He appeared to believe the absence of an eyewitness would protect him. For several weeks, it had. No one had seen Zona die. The original examination had ended before the fatal injury was found. The body had been buried. Had Mary accepted the doctor's conclusion, the evidence might have remained underground until it could no longer clearly speak at all. Instead, Trout Shue was arrested and charged with murdering his wife. The legend says a ghost named the killer. The investigation shows something more precise. Mary's claim forced authorities to look again, and the second examination found what the first had missed. From that moment forward, the prosecution did not need to prove the existence of an apparition. It needed to prove that the living man who controlled Zona's body after her death was the same man who had broken her neck before it. The trial of the state of West Virginia versus E.S. Shue began in Greenbrier Circuit Court on June 22, 1897. 12 jurors faced a case with a dead wife, a suspicious husband, a broken neck, and no eyewitness to the act itself. Contemporary coverage was blunt about both the weakness and the strength of the prosecution. The evidence was entirely circumstantial. The doctors could identify lethal violence, but they could not reconstruct the exact movement that had caused it. The state had to build its case from opportunity, conduct, statements, and concealment. The timeline placed Trout at the house that morning before anyone else was known to have been there. He sent the boy to find Zona. Once the body was discovered, he moved it before the doctor arrived. He helped dress it, covered the neck, stopped the physician from continuing the examination, stayed close to the coffin, and offered explanations for why Zona's head needed support. Later, he predicted arrest while insisting the authorities could never prove the killing. None of those facts alone required a guilty verdict. However, they described a man behaving as if he knew exactly which part of the body must not be examined. Trout took the stand in his own defense and remained there through an afternoon. A newspaper reporter described him as extremely detailed about minor events while denying nearly everything damaging said by other witnesses. He called the prosecution spite work, protested his innocence, invoked God, and declared that he had loved his wife. At one point, he asked the jurors to look into his face and decide whether it was the face of a guilty man. It was an emotional appeal against a physical case. The same reporter wrote that Trout's testimony and manner made an unfavorable impression on spectators. That observation was not evidence, but it captured the risk of his strategy. The longer he talked, the more the jury could compare his explanations with the sequence established by other witnesses. Mary Jane Heaster also took the stand. On direct examination, the prosecution concentrated on the earthly facts. It did not ask the jury to believe that a spirit had solved the murder. The defense made the different choice, hoping to damage Mary's credibility. Trout's counsel questioned her at length about the 4 appearances. From the defense perspective, ignoring the ghost story carried its own risk. Greenbrier County was a small community. The exhumation had attracted attention, and Mary's account was already circulating. Counsel tried to confront the story and strip it of authority by presenting it as grief. The strategy was understandable. It also gave Mary the opportunity to repeat every supernatural detail in open court under pressure. The attorney suggested that relentless mourning had produced dreams. Mary agreed that her daughter's death had never left her mind. She rejected the conclusion that followed. She said she had prayed for Zona to return and believed the Lord had sent her. She described the visits, the food argument, the unfamiliar house, the strange light, and the revelation about the neck. Questioning repeatedly offered her an escape. Call them dreams, and the impossible part of the story becomes ordinary. Mary would not do it. When asked whether she was superstitious, she said she was not. When counsel tested her religious beliefs, she turned the question back on him. When asked to withdraw the claim, she said she would not lie. This is where the simplified version of the Greenbrier Ghost becomes misleading. Zona did not appear in court. No judge swore in a spectral witness. The prosecutor did not build the charge on a message from beyond the grave. A living woman testified about experiences she believed were real, and the defense chose to place those experiences before the jury in an effort to discredit her. Legally, that distinction is crucial. Emotionally, it may have mattered very little. The jury had now heard a mother describe the injury before doctors found it in the grave. Mary did not crumble, become confused, or contradict the central claim. Jurors did not have to decide whether the figure in her bedroom was truly Zona. They had to decide whether Mary's persistence had led investigators to real evidence, and whether that evidence, combined with Trout's behavior, proved murder beyond a reasonable doubt. The arguments ended with no comfortable compromise available. The newspaper covering the trial observed that the logical choices were first-degree murder or acquittal. If Trout had not caused the fatal injury, the state had failed to identify who did. If he had caused it, the concealment and manipulation after death made an accident difficult to believe. The jury deliberated for 1 hour and 10 minutes. It returned a verdict of murder in the first degree and recommended mercy, replacing a possible death sentence with imprisonment for the remainder of Trout Shoe's natural life. The verdict did not announce that ghosts exist. It announced that the jurors believed the husband had murdered his wife. For Zona's family, it could not restore what had been lost. It did something more limited but still important. It corrected the official story. Zona had not collapsed from an unnamed natural cause. Someone had violently ended her life, concealed the injury, and nearly succeeded because the first examination stopped where the collar began. The man who believed there was no witness against him had been convinced by the people who saw what he did afterward, and by the body he failed to keep hidden. Trout Shoe was sentenced to life in the West Virginia State Penitentiary at Moundsville. Community anger remained intense, and contemporary and later accounts describe an attempted mob action after the verdict, but authorities prevented a lynching. The legal judgment, rather than vigilante violence, remained the final public answer to Zona's murder. Shoe lived only a few more years. He died in prison in March of 1900 during an illness outbreak, and was buried without the lasting memorial that would eventually mark Zona's resting place. Mary Jane Heaster survived him. Her testimony outlived them both. Today, a West Virginia historical marker near Sam Black Church calls this the only known case in which testimony from a ghost helped convict a murderer. That statement alone is irresistible. It turns a complicated prosecution into a perfect piece of folklore. A murdered woman returns, names her killer, and speaks through her mother until justice is served. The records tell a story that is less tidy and, in some ways, even more remarkable. There is no serious question that Zona was real, that her death was initially treated as natural, that the first examination was incomplete, that her mother pressed authorities to reopen the matter, that an exhumation revealed a broken neck and crushed windpipe, and that Trout was convicted of murder. There's also no question that Mary testified under oath about 4 appearances and remained firm when challenged. The conviction does not make every rumor surrounding Trout true. No court determined that he killed an earlier wife. The state never proved a precise motive for Zona's murder. He left no confession that completed the story. Fairness requires keeping those gaps visible, even while recognizing the force of the evidence that persuaded the jury in this case. What the record cannot answer is what happened in Mary's bedroom. One possibility is exactly what she said. Zona returned. Another is that Mary experienced vivid waking visions shaped by grief, prayer, and suspicion. She may have inferred the neck injury from the collar, the way the head was supported, comments around the funeral, or information that never entered the surviving newspaper account. It's also possible she deliberately gave supernatural form to an accusation she believed but couldn't prove otherwise. That final possibility has an intriguing piece of context. On January 28, 1897, the Greenbrier Independent printed an Australian story known as Fisher's Ghost, in which a supposed apparition revealed a murder victim's location. Zona's death notice appeared elsewhere in that same issue. Historian Katie Letcher-Lyle later argued that the published story may have suggested a method to Mary. If ordinary suspicion would not move authorities, perhaps a message from the dead would. It is a compelling theory, not a demonstrated fact, however. There is no surviving proof that Mary read the article, copied it, or fabricated anything. The coincidence deserves attention because it offers a plausible earthly pathway by which one ghost story could influence another. It does not erase the possibility that Mary sincerely believed every word she said. Later retellings added more atmosphere. A sheet from the coffin staining washwater red, a colder room, more dramatic clothing, a more violent turn of the head. Some elements come directly from Mary's recorded testimony. Others appear more clearly in later folklore. Like every enduring legend, the Greenbrier Ghost accumulated details because the story answered an emotional need as well as a historical one. The need is easy to understand. Zona's life survives only in fragments, while the manner of her death is preserved in gruesome detail. Her husband was allowed to move and dress her body, interrupt the examination, and send her to burial under a natural explanation. The first official response gave more weight to the appearance of ordinary death than to clues hidden beneath the collar. Mary reversed that process. Whether guided by a spirit, intuition, grief, or strategy, she made people uncomfortable enough to look again. The prosecutor asked questions. The doctor admitted the limits of his first examination. The grave was reopened. Medical evidence replaced assumption. That distinction protects the truth at the center of the legend. The Greenbrier Ghost is not a case in which superstition replaced evidence. It's a case in which an extraordinary claim created the pressure necessary for evidence to be found. The ghost itself did not perform the autopsy, or weigh witness statements, or return the verdict. Living people did those things after a mother refused to accept a convenient ending. It's also worth resisting the temptation to turn Trout into a supernatural villain. He was frightening enough as a human being, a husband convicted of killing his wife, hiding the injury, and trusting that privacy, custom, and the absence of an eyewitness would shield him. The horror does not require an ancient curse. It lives in how close he came to being right. And Zona should not disappear behind the title history gave her. She was not born a ghost. She was a daughter, a young wife, and a member of a community that nearly buried her under the wrong explanation. We cannot reconstruct every hope she had or every fear she carried inside that brief marriage. We can say her death mattered enough for her mother to challenge a doctor, a prosecutor, a courtroom, and anyone willing to call her foolish. Whatever crossed Mary Heaster's bedroom, spirit, waking vision, grief, or deliberate story, the body answered. Zona's neck had been broken. Her husband was convicted. The false account of a natural death did not survive. Before she became the Greenbrier Ghost, she was simply Zona. Because her mother would not let the story end at the grave, the record still speaks her name. The Murder of Jeffrey Hall. May 1st, 2011. Riverside, California. The house is quiet, in a way troubled homes can only pretend to be. Not peaceful or calm, just temporarily exhausted. In the living room, 32-year-old Jeffrey Hall is asleep on the couch. The television is still on. The lights are still burning. Somewhere nearby are children who have spent too much of their young lives surrounded by adult anger, extremist politics, weapons, shouting, and fear. Jeffrey Hall is not just a father. He is a local leader in the National Socialist Movement, a neo-Nazi political organization. He has spent the previous years dragging hatred into public view, dwindling rallies, patrols, swastikas, uniforms, political stunts, interviews, and angry speeches about race and power. He's tried to turn his home into a staging ground for an ideology built on domination. But inside that home, the ideology is not the only danger. According to later testimony and reporting, the children in that house have lived with chaos, violence, neglect, weapons within reach with no supervision, and the constant pressure of an unstable household. Joseph Hall, Jeffrey's 10-year-old son, is small for his age, troubled, and already carrying more fear than any child should have to understand. In the early morning hours, Joseph gets up. He knows where the gun is, a .357 revolver. He takes it from the closet. He moves downstairs. His father is asleep on the couch, unaware. Joseph later tells police he is afraid afraid his father will hurt his stepmother, afraid his father will hurt the family, afraid of a threat he says his father made, that he might remove the smoke detectors and burn the house down while everyone slept. Joseph approaches the couch. He pulls back the hammer. He raises the gun toward his father's head. And, in that frozen moment, the horror of this story twists into something almost impossible to hold all at once. A violent man, a frightened child, a loaded gun, a house full of hate, and a single gunshot that will leave one person dead, one child charged with murder, and a courtroom forced to ask questions that sound simple until you try to answer them outside the realm of hypotheticals. When a 10-year-old kills, what does justice look like? Before he became a national headline, Jeffrey Russell Hull was a man trying to build a life in Riverside County. He worked in construction and plumbing, had children, and lived in a suburban California home that might have looked ordinary from the street. By the late 2000s, though, Hall had made himself into a public face of American white supremacy. He became a regional leader in the National Socialist movement. He hosted meetings, he gave interviews, he marched in Nazi imagery. He even ran for a seat on the Western Municipal Water District Board in 2010, drawing attention not because he hid his extremism, but because he refused to. That is one of the first uncomfortable realities of the case. Jeffrey Hall did not keep his hatred private. He brought it into politics. He brought it into the streets. Most disturbingly of all, he brought it into his home. Joseph was exposed to that world very young. Journalists and court records describe a child surrounded by extremist symbols, adult meetings, border patrol fantasies, and weapons. Hall reportedly boasted about teaching his son to use night vision equipment and firearms. Joseph was not merely living with a father who believed violent things. He was living inside a worldview where intimidation and domination were treated like virtues. But this case is not only about ideology. It's about domestic life, child welfare, mental health, abuse allegations, and access to weapons. Joseph's early childhood had already been unstable. His biological mother, Leticia Neal, had lost custody after serious neglect concerns. Joseph and his sister went to live with Jeffrey. Later, Jeffrey married Krista McCary, whom Joseph referred to as Mom. The household eventually included several children and, by many accounts, it was filthy, chaotic, and frightening. Reporting described weapons being openly accessible to children. A psychologist testified that Joseph had suffered a long history of physical, emotional, and likely sexual abuse, though the precise facts and responsibility for every allegation became part of the painful dispute at trial. Joseph himself wasn't easy, and we'd be dishonest if we pretended otherwise. Prosecutors emphasized behavioral problems, violent incidents, and trouble at school. The defense emphasized developmental delays, trauma, ADHD, and low intellectual functioning. Both portraits could contain truth. A child can be frightening, as well as frightened. A child can hurt others and still be profoundly damaged. That tension is what makes this case so complex. In most murder stories, we're trained to look for the monster. Here, the story doesn't really fit together quite like that. Jeffrey Hall was a violent extremist who filled his home with hate. Joseph Hall was a 10-year-old child who shot a sleeping man in the head. The stepmother described fear and violence. Prosecutors described planning and awareness. Defense experts described trauma and developmental limits. The law demanded categories: guilty or not, capable or incapable, murder or something else. Real life did not arrive in neat categories. On April 30th, 2011, Jeffrey Hall hosted a gathering at the family home. Adults talked politics, extremist symbols hung in the house. Joseph moved through that space like a child trapped in an adult nightmare, close enough to absorb everything, too young to truly understand any of it. According to later accounts, Joseph said something happened that frightened him deeply. He claimed his father had threatened to remove all the smoke detectors and set the house on fire while the family slept. Whether that was a true threat made by Jeffrey, or coming from drunken rage, or whether Joseph understood it through the distorted lens of fear, the effect on the boy appears to have been very real. That night, Jeffrey drank. Eventually, he fell asleep on the couch. Upstairs, Joseph woke. The next steps are simple. Too simple. A child walks to a closet, finds a gun, takes it in his hands. There is no elaborate plot. No getaway, no masked intruder. Just a 10-year-old moving through the house toward his sleeping father. Joseph later said he did not fully understand death the way an adult would. Reports said he had seen a television episode where a child killed an abusive parent and wasn't punished, and that this may have shaped his thinking in a distorted, childlike way. He reportedly believed there might be a way for his father to be gone, stopped, or changed without fully grasping the permanent finality of what a gunshot to the head would do. But he knew where the gun was. He knew how to cock it. He knew how to aim it. At around 4 a.m. on May 1st, 2011, a gunshot cracked through the Hall home. Jeffrey Hall was dead, and Joseph Hall, age 10, had just become the center of one of the most troubling juvenile murder cases in modern American history. When police arrived, the scene was both shocking and strangely clear. There was no mystery about who fired the gun. Joseph admitted it. He told investigators he had shot his father. He described taking the revolver, cocking it, aiming it at Jeffrey while he slept, and firing. The death itself was not the puzzle. The puzzle was everything around it. Why had this child done it? What did he understand, and what should the justice system do with him? The first public reaction was almost automatic. Jeffrey Hall was a neo-Nazi. He filled his home with hatred. His son killed him. Cause and effect. A grotesque moral fable. But the truth was more complicated and much, much sadder. Joseph was taken into custody. The other children were removed from the home. Krista McCary, Joseph's stepmother, was later charged with child endangerment and criminal storage of a firearm after prosecutors said the loaded gun had been left where children could access it. Police reports also described other weapons in the home, including a rifle in the garage and edged weapons in the master bedroom. The case immediately became more than one killing. It became a public autopsy of a household that had failed its children before the gun even went off. Investigators and attorneys built two very different portraits of Joseph. The prosecution's Joseph was a child who knew what he was doing. They argued that he had planned the shooting, understood the wrongfulness of the act, and made a deliberate decision to kill his father. Prosecutors pointed to alleged statements that he had talked beforehand about shooting Jeffrey, including claims that he had mentioned it to his sister. They also highlighted his history of violent behavior, arguing that this was not an accident or a reflex. The defense's Joseph was a traumatized child, formed by abuse, neglect, instability, and extremist conditioning. His lawyers argued he had developmental disabilities and a warped understanding of consequences. He was not, they said, a miniature adult with adult malice. He was a damaged child acting out of fear and confusion. This is where the case turns from true crime into something closer to a nightmare philosophy exam. California law, like many legal systems, recognizes that children below a certain age are presumed incapable of committing crimes unless the state proves they understood the wrongfulness of their conduct. In Joseph's case, the court had to decide whether a 10-year-old boy, this specific 10-year-old boy, with his specific history, limitations, and home environment, understood what he did was wrong. Not just dangerous, not just forbidden, wrong. The legal question was not whether Joseph pulled the trigger. He had admitted to shooting Jeffrey Hall. The central legal dispute was whether at age 10 he understood fully the wrongfulness of his actions and whether the killing amounted to murder under juvenile law. The California Court of Appeal later described the juvenile court's findings. Joseph understood the wrongfulness of the act, committed what would have been second-degree murder if done by an adult, and personally discharged a firearm, causing death. Joseph's police interviews became a major issue. Later appeals challenged whether a child that young could validly waive Miranda rights and whether statements taken from him should have been used. In 2015, the California Court of Appeal upheld the juvenile court's decision. The California Supreme Court declined review. The U.S. Supreme Court declined to take the case in 2016. Think about the scale of that question. A 10-year-old is small enough that juvenile authorities reportedly struggled with how to house him among older offenders. But legally, the court still had to examine whether he could understand rights, consequences, and moral wrongfulness at a level sufficient for adjudication. The courtroom would hear about Jeffrey Hall's public extremism, but prosecutors argued that his neo-Nazi activity was not the legal cause of the murder. They focused on Joseph's conduct, alleged planning, and ability to distinguish right from wrong. The defense argued that Joseph's act could not be separated from the world that had shaped him. A child raised around hate, instability, and violence does not process fear like a healthy adult would. A child who sees guns as household objects and hears threats as possible realities may reach conclusions that are horrifying, irrational, and still, tragically, understandable. The distinction is very important, but it's also what makes the case so morally uneasy. If we treat Jeffrey's death as poetic justice, we forget the shooter was a child. If we treat Joseph only as a murderer, we forget the adult failures that brought him to that couch at 4 a.m. And in the middle of it all was a dead man on said couch. A man who had preached hate, a father who had left a gun within reach, a household that had become a furnace, and a little boy who had learned somewhere along the way that violence was an answer. Joseph Hall's juvenile trial opened in Riverside in 2012, when he was just 12 years old. That detail alone is worth some pause. The killing happened when he was 10. By the time the court finally weighed the evidence, he was still barely older than he had been on the night of the shooting. Both sides agreed Joseph shot Jeffrey Hall at close range. The dispute was responsibility, intent, and understanding. The trial was held in juvenile court, but it became unusually public because of the seriousness of the allegations and the notoriety of the case. The courtroom had to handle testimony about extremist politics, domestic violence allegations, child development, mental health, and a killing carried out by someone young enough to still misunderstand the world in a way only a child can. The prosecutors argued premeditation and awareness. They said Joseph had talked about killing his father before it happened. They also said he knew to wait until Jeffrey was asleep. They said he knew how to handle the gun. They pointed to prior violent behavior, including school incidents, as evidence that Joseph was not merely passive or confused. The defense argued fear, trauma, and incapacity. A psychologist testified about Joseph's history of abuse and mental health issues. The defense painted the shooting as the act of a child who wanted danger to stop, not as a calculating murder by someone with adult comprehension. One of the most chilling pieces of the case was Joseph's own explanation. He reportedly said he wanted everything to stop. He was tired of his father hurting people. He feared his stepmother might leave or be hurt. He had absorbed the idea from television and his environment that maybe, if he told the truth, things might work out. That is not adult logic. It is child logic, bent through fear. But the law doesn't simply ask whether a child's reasoning is childish. It asks whether he knew right from wrong. Judge Jean R. Leonard had to weigh evidence that pointed in both directions. Joseph's background suggested deep damage and limited understanding. His actions suggested planning. He retrieved a weapon, approached a sleeping person, aimed, and fired. Afterward, he had acknowledged he had done something wrong. To the court, those facts were paramount. In January of 2013, the judge found that Joseph had committed second-degree murder, not first-degree murder, not a finding that he was an adult-style mastermind, but still a murderer. The court found that Joseph understood the wrongfulness of his actions, despite the legal presumption that a child under 14 years old is incapable unless proven otherwise. It's important to keep in mind Joseph was not tried as an adult. Joseph Hall's case remained in juvenile court from beginning to end. He was found responsible for an act that would have been second-degree murder if committed by an adult, but he was not sent to adult prison. The sentence included an adult-style term on paper, but reporting emphasized that juvenile law limited how long he could actually be held. The sentencing question became its own battle. What do you do with a child like Joseph? A traditional punishment model does not fit comfortably. He was not a hardened adult offender, but a purely therapeutic model frightened people too, because the act was irreversible and his behavioral problems were serious. In 2013, Joseph was ordered to spend at least 7 years in a juvenile facility. Reporting described him as one of the youngest inmates in California's juvenile justice system. His lawyers warned that he would be surrounded by older youths, including gang members and offenders with far more developed criminal histories. His biological mother publicly feared what that placement could do to him. Child advocates questioned whether confinement in such a setting could meet the needs of a boy whose life had already been defined by instability and violence. Judge Leonard described Joseph as a child with exceptional needs. That phrase stands out. It suggests a child who required structure, treatment, education, and containment. It also reminds us that by the time the state stepped in, the damage was already deep. The appeals kept the case alive. Joseph's attorneys challenged the use of his statements to police and the finding that he knowingly and intelligently waived his rights. The question drew national attention. Can a 10-year-old truly understand Miranda rights? Can a child that young grasp the right to remain silent, the role of police, the consequences of speaking, and the way statements can shape a murder case? All attempts at appeal were either upheld or declined, including the U.S. Supreme Court, leaving the ruling in place. And this is the part that sticks. The court had evidence. The judge made findings. The appeals court reviewed them. The system did what it was designed to do. But emotionally, morally, humanly, it still feels like staring into a cracked mirror. Joseph Hall did something horrific. Jeffrey Hall died violently in his own home. The children lost their father, their home, and each other as the system took over. The public turned the story into a symbol, but symbols are easier than children. A symbol can stand for hate, destroying itself. A child has to keep living. After the verdict, the story didn't end. It changed shape. The national spotlight moved on, but Joseph Hall remained inside the consequences of that early morning. His case became part of a larger debate about children and criminal responsibility. Legal scholars, child advocates, prosecutors, and ordinary people continued to argue over what the courts had done and what they should have done. The appellate decision preserved the juvenile court's findings. It concluded that the evidence supported the ruling that Joseph understood the wrongfulness of his conduct, and that challenged questioning did not require reversal. The U.S. Supreme Court's refusal to review the case meant the adjudication would stand. But legal finality is not moral closure. Some saw the outcome as necessary accountability. Joseph got the gun. He aimed it at a sleeping person. He fired. A man died. To ignore that, they argued, would be to deny the reality of the act. Others saw the outcome as a failure to understand childhood. Joseph's world had been shaped by instability, alleged abuse, extremist indoctrination, and accessible firearms. Treating him as a murderer, even in juvenile court, seemed to them like punishing the last broken link in a chain adults had forged. Both reactions came from something real. A man was killed, a child was damaged, a family was destroyed, and no verdict could repair any of it. In the court of public opinion, Jeffrey Hall's extremism was always the elephant in the room. He was a neo-Nazi leader, and that fact is central to the environment Joseph grew up in. But the legal case did not treat Hall's ideology as a justification for murder. Prosecutors focused on Joseph's actions and state of mind. The defense focused on abuse, trauma, and developmental capacity. The moral weight of Hall's extremism may shape how the public sees him, but it does not erase the tragedy of a child killing a parent. The most important question is not who did it. The case answers that almost immediately. The real question is, how exactly does a 10-year-old arrive at that couch with a revolver in his hand? The answer is not one thing. It's a combination of neglect, fear, ideology, violence, untreated trauma, and adults who either caused harm, missed harm, minimized harm, or failed to stop harm. The murder of Jeffrey Hall is terrifying, not because it's supernatural or mysterious. It's terrifying because it's brutally human. A father built a home around hate. A child grew up inside it. And one morning, before sunrise, the violence that had saturated that house came back through the barrel of a gun. The most frightening thing in the Hall house was not the flag on the wall. It was what that house taught a child to believe was possible. The Exorcism of Anneliese Michel. On July 1st, 1976, in Klingenberg am Main, West Germany, inside a modest family home, a 23-year-old woman lies dying in a bedroom that has become, over the past 10 months, a battleground. Prayers have been shouted here, Latin rites have been spoken here. Priests have stood over the bed and commanded unseen things to leave. Tapes have rolled. Parents have watched. And as the room narrowed around her, ritual after ritual, session after session, her body kept doing what bodies do when nobody truly stops the collapse. It weakened, starved, and failed. By the time Anneliese Michel dies, she weighs about 68 pounds. The priests who prayed over her will later insist she was possessed. Her parents will insist the same. The state will charge all four with negligent homicide, arguing that her death could have been prevented even a week before the end if someone had simply called a doctor. And that is the real horror of this story, not the possibility that evil entered the room, but the certainty that a suffering young woman did, and the people around her answered suffering with conviction instead of care. For decades, the case of Anneliese Michel has been sold as the real exorcism story. The one too disturbing for fiction, the one that inspired movies, arguments, pilgrimages, and endless debates about faith, demons, medicine, and the limits of reason. But the truth is more troubling than the legend, because the truth does not need spinning furniture or sulphurous shadows. It only needs a sick young woman, a devout family, a church willing to authorize ritual, and enough certainty in the room to make every warning sign appear to be proof of the very thing that was killing her. Before she became an infamous case, before she became shorthand for real exorcism, Anneliese Michel was a Bavarian student from a deeply Catholic family in the town of Klingenberg. Contemporary reporting described her as deeply religious, raised by equally religious parents, with a home life steeped not casually in faith, but in a worldview where sin, suffering, guilt, redemption, and spiritual warfare were all part of reality, not metaphor or old folklore, but cold, hard reality. That matters because cases like this do not begin with spectacle, they begin with atmosphere. A person gets sick inside a framework that already knows how to explain pain. As a teenager, Anneliese had episodes that brought her into psychiatric care, and later she developed a documented history of epilepsy. Contemporary trial coverage said she underwent about 4 years of medical treatment. Even then, though, treatment did not bring her relief. Her condition continued to worsen. Depression deepened. Doctors tried to treat what they saw. But for Anneliese and the people closest to her, medicine was not producing clarity. It was producing frustration, dread, and a terrifying vacuum where explanation ought to be. That vacuum is where this story starts to turn. Because once a disease becomes emotionally unbearable, people do not always want the likeliest answer. They want the most meaningful one. Later archival work, summarized by the Diocese of Würzburg, says Anneliese and her family refused medical help and placed their hopes in a spiritual solution. That shift was not some sudden thunderbolt where a healthy woman went from normal life to Latin prayers overnight. It was gradual. Symptoms continued to accumulate. Religious interpretation accumulated along with them. And eventually, one started feeding the other. There were experiences that had genuinely frightened her. Later, church-related commentary and reporting about the case described visual and auditory disturbances, hearing voices, seeing grotesque faces, feeling unable to pray normally, growing distressed around religious objects. In a secular frame, those details sound like psychiatric and neurological red flags. In a devout supernatural frame, they can sound like confirmation. If you already believe the world contains malevolent spiritual forces, then hearing a voice that tells you not to eat is not just a symptom. It becomes a message. If prayer fills you with revulsion or panic, that's not just distress. It becomes evidence. And there is a grounded reason that matters. Modern medical literature does not prove what happened to Anneliese Michel specifically, but it does show that psychosis and epilepsy can overlap in serious ways. A systematic review and meta-analysis found a pooled prevalence of psychosis in epilepsy of 5.6%, with a higher prevalence of 7% in temporal lobe epilepsy, and an almost 8-fold increased risk of psychosis compared with controls. That does not settle her case from a distance, but it does remind us that bizarre, frightening, and apparently spiritual symptoms can emerge from organic illness without becoming any less real or terrifying to the person living through them. This is where sensational versions of the story usually go off the rails. They start acting as if medicine and religion are two cleanly separate lanes, and one of them must be lying. Real life is uglier than that. A devout person with epilepsy, depression, hallucinations, and a collapsing sense of self can experience everything as spiritually meaningful while still being profoundly medically unwell. Those are not opposites. They can happen at the same time, and that overlap may be exactly what made Anneliese Michel's case so combustible. Eventually, Father Ernst Alt, a local priest, became convinced that more than illness was at work. Another priest, Arnold Renz, would later be assigned to perform the formal rite. Above them was Bishop Joseph Stangl of Würzburg, whose permission mattered because a major exorcism was never supposed to be a casual local event. Even modern Catholic guidance is explicit. A solemn or major exorcism may be performed only by a bishop or by a priest with the bishop's special permission, and only after thorough medical, psychological, and psychiatric examination. That guidance is modern, not a record of exactly how things were handled in 1975 Bavaria, but it shows plainly that the church itself sees this territory as dangerous. Once Bishop Stangl approved the rite, the case changed shape completely. Anneliese Michel was no longer simply a sick young woman whose treatment was failing. She became a possession case, a spiritual emergency, a person whose worsening condition could now be interpreted not as disproof of the exorcism, but as proof that the enemy being fought was stronger than anyone thought. And once that logic takes hold, every failed intervention can become fuel for the next one. The exorcisms began in 1975 and continued into 1976. Archival research summarized by the Diocese of Würzburg says the major exorcism was prayed over Anneliese Michel between September of 1975 and June of 1976. A widely cited figure echoed in later accounts and consistent with long-running reporting on the case is that there were 67 exorcism sessions in total. Contemporary trial coverage from 1978 described tapes recorded during some 70 visits by the two priests to the family home. So, whether one uses 67 or some 70, the important thing is not the exact dramatic number, it's the duration. This was not one night of panic. This was months, a campaign, a structure of belief sustained over time. Those rituals were conducted in secret in the bedroom of her parents' home. According to trial reporting, sessions lasted roughly an hour. Other later retellings stretch them even longer, but the reliable point is simple. They were frequent enough, intense enough, and prolonged enough that they became the defining rhythm of Anneliese's life. Prayer, exhaustion, expectation, fear, and more prayer. Her room ceased to be a place of recovery. It became a stage on which everyone present kept trying to force an answer out of suffering. And all the while, the medical side was collapsing. Contemporary reporting said that 11 months before she died, all medical treatment was stopped. That point is central because once active treatment falls away, ritual stops being something that coexists with care and becomes the care itself. Later archival reassessment adds an important wrinkle. The Diocese of Würzburg's summary says Anneliese herself and her family refused further medical help and put their trust in a spiritual solution. In other words, this was not merely something done to her by remote authority. It was something reinforced by the convictions inside the house. That makes the case more tragic, not less. Loving people can absolutely help destroy someone when everyone is speaking the same catastrophic language. The image that survives in popular memory is usually grotesque and theatrical. A girl shrieking in demonic voices, recoiling from holy objects, speaking obscenities, kneeling until her body breaks. Some of those details entered the public record through the tapes and testimony. But what matters more than the lurid details is the pattern. As her physical state worsened, the exorcisms did not stop. They continued. That is the detail that should chill all of us. Not that adults thought something supernatural was happening. People have thought that for centuries. The chilling part is that a room full of adults watched a body deteriorate and interpreted that deterioration as part of the ritual logic instead of as a medical emergency overtaking everything else. By early 1976, the case had deepened into something almost impossible to interrupt. Anneliese reportedly heard voices telling her not to eat and compelling punishing physical behaviors. Jesuit priest and physician Ulrich Niemann later said the descriptions of her seizures pointed to epilepsy and that, in rare cases, anti-epileptic treatment can be associated with psychosis. He also described hallucinations and extreme exertion as part of the picture. He argued that the exorcism itself was not the direct cause of death, but that undernourishment combined with extreme physical strain was fatal. That distinction is very important. It's the difference between the ritual killed her and the ritualized environment failed to stop what was killing her. Her body was telling the truth whether anyone wanted to hear it or not. By the end, she was emaciated. The best supported contemporary figure is about 68 pounds at death. Later archival summaries say she died of undernourishment. Contemporaneous reporting said the autopsy attributed death to malnutrition and dehydration, resulting from almost a year of semi-starvation during the rites. However phrased, the body's testimony was plain. This was not a case of floating above biology. Biology had become the entire emergency. One of the most dangerous things that can happen in a crisis is for worsening evidence to become stronger confirmation of the chosen explanation. If someone believes a person is possessed, refusal to eat can seem as though it's demonic interference. If someone believes a person is profoundly ill, refusal to eat is a medical emergency. Same behavior, different reactions. One framework narrows toward intervention, the other can keep widening until the person at the center disappears inside it. By June of 1976, there was very little ambiguity left in the physical facts. The spiritual narrative was still raging. The body had nearly run out. On July 1st, 1976, Anneliese Michel died at home in Klingenberg. For all the arguments that would come later about devils, rites, visions, and voices, the immediate reality was brutally ordinary. a 23-year-old woman had been allowed to deteriorate to the edge of starvation and beyond. That is where the legend ends and the case begins. After her death, the state moved in. The story shifted from prayer to prosecution. Investigators concluded that Anneliese Michel's death could have been prevented even a week before the end if a physician had been called. That conclusion became the backbone of the case against her parents and the two priests. They were charged with negligent homicide. Think about that term. The court did not have to prove the devil did not exist. It did not have to solve theology. It only had to ask whether adults responsible for a collapsing young woman had failed in a duty of care. The trial began on March 30th, 1978, in Aschaffenburg, and drew major attention. Contemporary reporting described a courtroom transfixed by tapes recorded during the exorcism sessions. Spectators listened to the sounds of a dead woman's voice being replayed in public space. Her sister reportedly fled in tears. Her father sat, listening through an amplifier. Her mother took notes and cried out when the doctors described her daughter as mentally ill rather than demonically afflicted. You can feel the split in the room even across the decades. On one side, a medical and legal framework trying to classify what had happened. On the other, a family still unable or unwilling to release the supernatural meaning that had carried them to the edge. Doctors testified that she had died from a combination of epilepsy, mental disorder, and an extreme religious environment. That phrase, extreme religious environment, is easy to rush past, but it may be the most haunting phrase in the whole case. Not simply epilepsy, not simply psychiatric distress, an environment, a world of interpretation, a home where suffering had been translated into cosmic warfare, and where each new symptom could be fitted into a script that made outside intervention feel less necessary, less useful, maybe even spiritually wrong. The defense did what you would expect in a case so bound up in faith. It emphasized religious freedom and the legality of exorcism under church law. Reporting noted that the lawyers argued the unrestricted exercise of religious belief was constitutionally protected. That argument has force in the abstract, but abstract rights grow thin when a dead body sits at the center of a room. The prosecutors did not have to criminalize religion. They only had to show that faith had been allowed to replace necessary medical action while a woman wasted away. Bishop Joseph Stangl, who had approved the exorcism, was investigated but not indicted. That too fed the sense that the trial was about where responsibility stopped. Later archival research says Stangl trusted the priests and that the absence of medical accompaniment was not simply attributable to him. Anneliese and her family had refused medical help. That later nuance is important because it keeps the case from collapsing into a cartoon. There was no single puppet master. There was an entire web of conviction, delegation, trust, and fear. Still, courts do not weigh nuance in the abstract. They weigh outcomes. In April of 1978, the 4 defendants were found guilty. The parents and the 2 priests each received 6-month suspended prison sentences. Nobody went to jail. In legal terms, the punishment was light. In historical terms, the meaning was enormous. A modern court had looked at an exorcism death and said, essentially, whatever you believed, you still had obligations to a living person. This is one reason the case endured, not because it cleanly proved possession or disproved faith, but because it forced two systems to look at one another in public. Religion said there are realities beyond medicine. Medicine said there are illnesses that can hijack belief and behavior. The court said none of that absolves caretakers when a person is visibly dying. That triangular collision is much more interesting and much more frightening than any lazy, was she really possessed debate. There was one more grotesque aftershock. In 1978, after a nun claimed to have had a vision that Anneliese's body remained intact, her parents had the body exhumed. Authorities found normal decay. Even then, even after a death, a trial, medical testimony, and public humiliation, the need to find supernatural vindication had not disappeared. That detail is not proof of anything occult, but it is proof of how hard it can be for grief to surrender meaning once suffering has been sanctified. After the trial, the Anneliese Michel case did what most combustible true stories always do. It stopped belonging only to the people who lived it. It became public property, a morality play, a warning, a fetish object for true believers and skeptics alike. Films, books, documentaries, websites, endless retellings. Some treat her as a martyr. Some as a textbook case of abuse. Some strip the story down to grotesque audio snippets and dare the listener to feel clever about it. But the strongest later work on the case did something less flashy and more useful. It went back to the original records. In 2014, the Diocese of Würzburg summarized archival research by historian Petra Ney-Helmuth that had been granted access to state and diocesan files. One of the major conclusions was that several details had been publicly misrepresented. Most important, the exorcism had often been equated directly with the cause of death. Ney-Helmuth argued that this was the biggest error in the public presentation. The exorcism in that formulation was prayer in a pastoral setting. Anneliese Michel, an epileptic young woman, died of undernourishment while the major exorcism was being prayed over her. That distinction matters, not because it clears anyone, but because it restores precision. Precision is one of the only antidotes to mythology. The same archival summary also sharpened the question of agency. Bishop Stangl had authorized the rite and trusted the priests Ernst Alt and Arnold Renz. Those priests were later convicted, but Michel herself and her family had refused medical help and placed their hopes in a spiritual solution. So the case does not cleanly divide into villains and victims. It's a case where the victim may have participated in the framework that helped kill her, and where the people who loved her may have sincerely believed they were serving a higher good while stepping farther and farther away from rescue. That is much closer to how real tragedy works. Modern church guidance makes the case look even more sobering in retrospect. As explained earlier, Current Catholic guidance says that only after thorough medical, psychological, and psychiatric examination might a person be referred to an exorcist, and that the Church has historically exercised caution so as not to mistake psychosis or illness for demonic affliction. Again, that is not proof of what was or was not done in 1975 Germany, but it is evidence that even the Church, speaking in its own institutional voice, understands the terrible danger of moving quickly toward a possession narrative. And maybe that's why the story still has so much force. The simplest version is spooky. The truest version is destabilizing, because Anneliese Michel sits at the place where several frightening realities overlap. The fragility of the mind, the mystery of neurological illness, the power of culture to script suffering, the way families can become closed systems, the way institutions defer to belief, and the way a person in crisis can become the least authoritative voice in the room, even when everyone insists they are acting for her salvation. So, what exactly happened to Anneliese Michel? The most responsible answer is also the least satisfying to anyone craving a neat, supernatural verdict. She was a deeply religious young woman with epilepsy and severe psychiatric disturbance. She and her family came to believe she was possessed. Church authorities approved months of exorcism. Medical care fell away. She became severely malnourished and dehydrated, and died at home on July 1st, 1976. Her parents and the two priests were convicted of negligent homicide and received suspended sentences. The arguments over demons never ended. The body, however, had already delivered its verdict. And that is the final chill in this case. Not that some ancient evil may have entered the room, but that certainty did. Certainty in the parents, certainty in the priests, certainty that suffering meant something more than illness, that worsening meant the ritual was working, that the next prayer mattered more than the next doctor. A demon story leaves you glancing at the dark corner of the room, but the story of Anneliese Michel leaves you looking at the people standing around the bed and wondering how many of history's worst endings began with love, fear, and the absolute conviction that what they were doing was the right thing. And that is where we leave the legends for now. Tonight, monsters waited at the edge of sleep, walked old roads, knocked from beyond the grave, and sometimes wore perfectly human faces. So keep questioning the stories that frighten you, especially the ones that demand absolute belief. If you enjoyed this compilation, please make sure you subscribe to the Weekly Spooky feed wherever you listen to podcasts. We have a brand new Terrifying and True episode every single Monday, with more true crime, dark history, and folklore for whenever you're ready to step back into the dark. Until next time, sleep tight, and if the darkness gives you a call, maybe let it go to voicemail.